This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadeen. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive Receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child. We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Please stand for the national anthem.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the Early Childhood Commission Professional Development Institute 2022 under the theme Innovation in Early Childhood Development from Vision to Action. I am Karen Francis, your moderator, and I hope you're excited as I am for another day of insightful, informative, and interactive sessions as we share with our presenters and guests. So, as would have mentioned, each day we start with a plenary session where we get the perspectives of different professionals interacting in our space, and then we transition into the workshop sessions. For today, we have a plenary session on the issue raising emotionally smart children. The objective of this session is to highlight the importance of addressing the emotional well-being of children as part of their development process. So, I will now introduce you to our panelists for this morning. First, I have with me Ms. Crystal Tomlinson. From a conference stage to a small company retreat, Crystal is skilled at customizing her presentations to ensure impact. An effective communicator, she crafts presentations and tools that stir action, independent thinking, and hyper engagement. From a troubled teenager who was transferred to 4 high schools, narrowly missing expulsion 3 times, she became a 3-time World University debater and the only female in the Caribbean to cop the title of Public Speaking Champion at the World University's Debate Championships. Her journey to self-discovery is the foundation of our presentations, demonstrating the power to choose and unchoose who we want to become and show up with courage no matter our background, mistakes, or failures. Author of the book Kill Fear, The Heart of Courageous Living, Crystal bravely shares her experiences with confronting and killing the 3 big social fears in this generation. Those are the fear of criticism, failure, and loneliness. Our second panelist is a father and a parent, Mr. Mark Bryan. Mr. Bryan is a professional footballer for the Cavalier Football Club, having gained his experience from the Harborview Football Club. He's a young father to 1 son who attends the Camden Basic School. He is jovial and believes a father should provide fun and stability in a child's life. He is from the community of Rollington Town. Next, I have with me Miss Shawnette Grant. Miss Grant is the Region 7 Community Interventions Officer with the Early Childhood Commission since 2018. Miss Grant mentors children under the Child Diversion Program. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Just a minute, Mr. Bryan. So as I continue, Miss Grant, sorry about that. She mentors children under the Child Diversion Program through the Ministry of Justice. She is also a facilitator in training with the Restorative Justice Program. Prior to being with ECC, Miss Grant served as coordinator for the Clarendon Group for Disabled, an NGO that advocates for children with special needs. Our role there led to the assistance of over 200 children with special needs being integrated in both regular schools as well as special education. Our next panelist is young Zaria Griffiths. Zaria Griffiths attends the St. Joseph Infant School and is in class 2C. She is 6 years old and her teachers' name are Mrs. Peters and Miss Wright. Zaria's favorite color is pink and she loves to read, watch television, and play. Her parents are amazing because they provide all the things she needs. She loves when they buy her toys and awesome books to read. I also have with me Mrs. Maureen Wong. Mrs. Wong has over 40 years of experience in the field of education and is currently a Territorial Educational Officer with the Ministry of Education in Region 1. Prior to this engagement, she was principal of St. Richard's Primary, located on Redhills Road in Kingston, and previously served as a member of the school's administration at St. George's College, where she was Director of Guidance. Mrs. Wong
Hello?
possesses a bachelor's degree in special education, guidance and counseling, and a master's degree in school administration and adult supervision. She is a part-time senior lecturer in the Faculty of Arts and Education at the International University of the Caribbean. For a number of years, Mrs. Wong serves as a panelist at the National Council for Educational Leadership, which crafts professional development programs to empower principals to be exceptional and transformational leaders. Now that you've met our panel, I want to introduce you to our facilitator for this panel, Ms. Tanisha Miller. Chelston and Marjorie Miller perhaps had no foreshadowing that their daughter, Tanisha, would have such an extraordinary life, which allows her to create waves and impact the most vulnerable in society, children. Becoming a behavior change consultant and an advocacy specialist for children was no easy feat. Tanisha has a dynamic, responsive personality and has a penchant for customer service. She admires persons who care for children and try to ensure needs are met, especially with children with disabilities. Over the years, she has worked with the Jamaica Association for the Deaf and as project coordinator and manager of adult services. She then went on to the Ministry of Health, working as the regional persons living with HIV liaison officer, administering care and social support to inmates. Ms. Miller later worked for various other organizations. Those would include Ditcher and Near Jamaica Market Research Company, the Jamaica Library Service as advocacy specialist, Immigration UK as a legal immigration consultant and caseworker. She is now with the Early Childhood Commissioner as manager for community relations. In this capacity, Tanisha would have, ensure that early childhood institutions, parents, and communities all play a part in the development of the child. Tanisha Miller holds a bachelor's degree in mass communication with an emphasis in public relations and radio broadcasting from the Northern Caribbean University and a law degree from the University of Leicester. She has a master's degree in communication for social and behavior change. Her mantra in life is love and be loved. She contributes to peace when she listens with tolerance to opinions that differs from hers. She also believes that when others are sitting, she will be standing. And when others are standing, she will stand out. And when others stand out, she will be the standard. Ladies and gentlemen, what does it mean to be emotionally smart? An opportunity. An important part of being a parent is to help your child identify their feelings. Also to help the child deal with the sad feelings and help them to express the feelings in ways that won't harm them or others. As a result, you will raise children to be emotionally smart or to have emotional intelligence. Children need to have self-awareness as it relates to knowing their emotions, recognizing feelings as they occur, and distinguishing between them. They also need to manage their own emotions, handle their feelings so that they are relevant to the current situation and react or respond accordingly. Now we'll ask the participants to share their concerns or any questions they have in the chat. But at this time, I will now turn over to Ms. Miller.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to my panelists, my parents, the children, practitioners, partners, and everybody watching from right across Jamaica and the Jamaica diaspora. I want to say welcome and thank you for being here. I know for some persons, it wasn't no easy feat for you to join, and we are trying to be so accustomed now to all this virtualness. But with this virtualness come all the greatness and the goodness of being a part of the wonderful work that the Early Childhood Commission has engaged in. So this morning we'll be looking at raising emotionally smart children. So of course, every parent knows the importance of equipping children with the intellectual skills that they need to succeed in school or in life. But guess what? Children also need to master their emotions. So raising an emotionally intelligent child can be somewhat hard sometimes for parents to understand. And of course, sometimes it is even harder for the child to understand that in order as to how is it they regulate these feelings that they feel at times. In reading a book some time ago by a well-renowned psychologist and researcher, John Gottman, he says that once children master the important skills in life of learning to recognize their emotions, then these children, they will be emotionally intelligent. It will help to increase self-awareness, self-confidence. They will have greater physical health, better performance in school, and a healthier social relationships. So I think that parents should be equipped with the tool to assist in the emotion coaching process that teaches children how to be aware of their own emotions, recognize emotional expression. Sometimes a friend is saying, I don't want to play with you, but the friend is not saying it by using words, but sometimes the facial expression says it's all. And we want for children to be able to listen and to validate other children's feeling. We don't want our children to be labeled in this world based on their emotions. And we, of course, know how society is in terms of a child acting out at times. We're not sure why the child is acting out. We're not sure why the child is behaving in a particular way. Many times you will see a child with a disability, and then we are not sure that it's a disability. So guess what? We pass the judgment on our children. So with this session this morning, I know it will assist us as parents to better able to coach our children to be better emotional beings. Again, welcome to my panelists. So we will start this morning, of course. We will ask Ms. Grant and Mrs. Wong, Ms. Tomlinson to just, for 5 minutes, tell me what it is that you think the topic means to you. Tell me what you think about the topic itself. And of course, I will start with Ms. Crystal Tomlinson, just to give us our impression on the topic.
Thank you so much. Good morning to each of the panelists. Thank you for extending the invitation for me to participate here, Ms. Miller. And hello to all the persons viewing on YouTube. For me, this question of emotionally smart children is really helping parents, first of all, to understand the role we play in the lives of our children related to their emotions. For them to become emotionally smart, it requires us to have some emotional intelligence as well. So it forces parents to pay attention to our own emotional state, understand what we are feeling, manage our feelings, and then to demonstrate that to our children. To teach them, give them the tools that they will need to manage those difficult emotions, manage the happy ones that make them feel all nice and bubbly, but to be responsible even in the heights of euphoria. But more than anything else, it's to demonstrate what it means to be emotionally smart. And I find that with my daughter, she's 3 years old. She learns from what I do. So yes, she understands what I say, and sometimes she can remember what I said and apply it in the moment. But more than anything else, she's depending on me to demonstrate that. So unless I'm able to show her what I'm teaching her, she can't really learn. And by now, we must all know, children, it's not they do as I say, not as I do. It's I hear what you said, but I'm going to follow what you've done. And so emotional intelligence for parents is sort of the precursor if we're going to be able to teach or to raise emotionally smart children, because we have to model that behavior.
Thank you, Ms. Tomlinson. I will now go to Mrs. Wong for her briefing.
Just let me unmute. Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I thank you for inviting me to be a part of this forum. And I will continue to support the ECC charge in investing today for tomorrow's children. Emotional intelligence. Well, you know that emotions are very important because it has to do with feelings and emotions, and they drive behaviors, especially in young children. And this can be confusing at times because, the younger students can't really express themselves in ways that adults can really understand. And, you know, they sometimes get some signals that are confusing. So, you know, it can cause some kind of trigger, and behaviors will come with that. And in terms of our behaviors as human beings, we either fight, flight, or we freeze. And more important, in children, they will experience some trauma, and this trauma will tend to go to their adult life. So when their safety and stability and nurturance are lacking, children begin to misunderstand the emotions that they themselves are experiencing, and also the experience of others. And so it is for us as adults, because we are the main persons who these children look forward to showing them the kind of emotion. So parents and caregivers, we play the biggest roles in the emotional development of our children, because they offer the most consistent relationship in the child's life. You know, consistent experience with family members, caregivers, teachers. So all of us tend to be the nurturing persons in these children's lives. So what do we do as adults? We have to provide the opportunities for children to identify and understand their feelings and emotion, and to discuss it with them. We are here to encourage children to be critical thinkers, problem solvers, and just about know how to supervise risk-taking tasks. We are here to create an environment that is structured and safe, that allows children to learn and discover. We are here to demonstrate as proper role models how to respect others, because that is really a part of what is eroding our society when we lose respect for others. So we are also to provide that environment that recognizes, embraces, and celebrates diversity. We are to provide an environment that is nurturing and inclusive to children with special needs. Also to acknowledge the contribution of all children to the learning community. And we need to be sure, as you have said, Madam Chair, is to validate our children's emotion and don't punish them for expressing their feelings. You might want to remind your child that it's okay to tell me how you feel, but it's not okay to hurt others or things when you feel angry. Teach them about their emotions. Help them come up with new ways to deal with emotions. Give them lots of time to practice new strategies. And always remember to give lots of positive encouragement when they use this new strategy instead of treating them the old way. Because guess what? Children express their emotion just as adults. So we are here as the caregivers to validate their feelings. I thank you, and I look forward to a very productive session.
Thank you, Mrs. Wong. I'll now turn over to Ms. Grant from the Early Childhood Commission, our Community Relations Officer.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It is so good to be here this morning, because my fellow panelists, you touch it right, you know, getting it right from the start, modeling the behaviors that we want to see. And as parents, we have to model what we want to see in our children. And you know what I see happening in our society? As adults now, when we look back, did we really know how to actually manage our own emotions? And me thinking about it now for myself, honestly, I don't think I was able to, honestly. Because what we see now are things that what we see in our children now are things we would have seen in ourselves when we were their age. And our parents, I wouldn't say that they didn't have the right parenting techniques. It's just that they were not informed of the parenting skills that are needed. And none of us never got a manual. I never got a manual. So I don't know how it go. We're learning as we go along. We're hearing from grandma. We're hearing from other parents in the community how they did this for their children and how that it may not work for everybody. And as such, when it comes down to emotions, we have to understand how we're feeling as adults in order to be able to impart it to our children. So identify what is going on with them. You can see the expression on the face, a sad moment, a happy moment, a joyful moment, an exciting moment. And when you identify with these physical appearances, you can say, so what happened to you, Crystal? Why your face looks so sad? What happened to you, Maureen? Why are you looking so sad? So we need to help them to understand that. So you're feeling sad. How did I know that you're feeling sad? Because you express that in your physical appearance. When you start to actually looking at these, having these conversations, then they will realize that, oh, mommy or daddy understands how I'm feeling, or another family member understands how I'm feeling. So identifying the emotions, having a conversation about the emotions. While you're having the conversations about the emotions, you're going to realize that a whole heap of things are come out. Lots of things are happening in their minds, why the sadness came on and all of that. And when we have these conversations, eventually they will learn how to actually go about making the decisions about whatever happened to them to cause them to be sad. They will be able to relate to the individuals around them. So being emotionally smart, it is something that we need to consider as adults, as parents, as caregivers, any guardian who is looking about children, helping them to understand their emotion from an early age and stage is very, very important. So that at the end of the day, the relations that they have with their peers, social interactions, it may not be moments of unkindness, moments of constant sadness, because they're able to understand, how do I deal with the relationship I have with Maureen? How do I deal with the relationship that I have with Tanisha because of what happened yesterday? Do I say sorry? Am I supposed to go and say sorry? If I'm going to say sorry, how do I say sorry? So these are the things that help them to understand how they feel. So it's very important that we actually understand ourselves and how our emotions work before we start to impart it to our children.
Thank you very much, Shawnette, Maureen, and Crystal. Now, Mark, you are a parent, and coming out from all three panelists before, yes, they made reference to that when parents know how to raise their children to be emotionally smart children, it will help to enrich the bonds between the parent and the child, or the parents and the children. So Mark, could you highlight something that you would have done to ensure that bond is there between you and your child?
Morning, everyone. Thank you for having me, and I'm here multitasking. All right, so that's why I haven't turned on my video all along. But as for me, I really do have a good relationship with my one and only son, and for instance, a simple little thing, like always checking on him. I'm just like, Mark, is here all right? And he's like, yes, daddy, right? And even now, he is like coming around my room, mommy, daddy, all right? Checking on us even more often than we've been checking on him now, right? And for a lot of emotional things, like for instance, even the cartoon and such, I think everything has its positive and its negative, because for instance, too much cartoon not good, right? But even the cartoon and stuff, I see where they learn the same emotional thing. Obviously, I don't think the cartoons teach them anything much negative. So, emotion of thank you, you're welcome, I am sorry, I never mean to, and stuff like that, So, we ourselves teach them, and cartoon teach them, and school teach them. Sometimes, for instance, when they're around other family members like grandparents and such, teach them as well. So basically, yes, that's pretty much my input.
So Mark, when your child is sad, how do you react to that? What do you say to him when he's sad?
When he's sad, when he's honestly, sad for him is when he does something wrong and he get a little spanking, and a little a slap on the wrist or something like that. On the top of my head, I can't really think of a moment where he's actually sad for some form of reason, to be honest, right? So, but for instance, when he's sad, you know, I just talk to him like it's myself, may I talk because he's my son, and I actually believe that ways that I feel he does too, you know, my personality, he does have it. So when I'm talking to him, like I'm saying, for instance, he does something one where he's sad, I'm saying, Marcus, you know I should do that, man. Now I'm telling you. Yeah, cry and you know, say you should do that and thing. And, you know, just easy with him. You know, I talk to him like a friend, you know, as my little virgin. So any little thing me just talk to him because the main reason why when I'm talking to him, I really believe say him think somewhat like me, right? So I just talk to him and just easy with him and say, no worry about that, man. That's off. And you know, I like the situation to him more, whatever it is.
Okay. And now I'll turn some of our attention to the star of the moment, Zariah. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine.
You're fine. What makes you fine this morning?
Because I'm at school.
Because you're at school and you enjoy going to school, right?
Yes, I do.
Tell me one of the reasons why you enjoy going to school so much.
Because I like to eat. I like to eat lunch and I like to do work and I like to play.
Okay, so you like to play with your friends. And for parents and practitioners listening, please remember that play is so important in the lives of our children. As a matter of fact, children learn best through play. So whatever it is that the teachers would have gone through at school during the day, when the children are now in your presence at home, please remember to just reinforce that by using some playtime activities, and that would be wonderful. But Zariah, tell Auntie 2 things that make you sad sometimes. What are some of the things that make you sad?
I'm sad because when I'm eating my breakfast or my dinner at home, my brother take a bite and I don't want it.
So your brother takes a bite and you don't bother want it, right? And when he does that, what do you do?
I do not do anything. I just eat it. I just eat the other one.
You just continue eating the other one. All right. And tell me something that makes you really happy.
I'm so happy that my sister always comes at my yard.
Oh, so you like when your sister comes around, right?
Yes, I do, but I don't want her to go away.
You don't want her to go away, so do you say that to mommy or daddy that you don't want your sister to go away? You want to spend more time with her?
Yes, I do, but I want to sleep over with her.
Okay, well, I'm sure mommy and daddy will arrange that sleepover for you with your sister. And guess what, Zariah? You are an emotional, smart child. So when you go back to class today, you can tell your classmates that Auntie Tanisha said that you are emotionally smart because you're able to speak about your feelings. You know when it is that you're sad, you know when it is that you're happy. So you need to now have this conversation with mommy and daddy when you're sad and tell them why is it that you're sad. Okay, Zariah? Okay. So Auntie will soon talk back to you because I know you have a little poem that you want to share with all the children and the parents. So Auntie will speak back to you soon. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So Zariah speaks about her being happy and about her being sad. And what I want to encourage persons to do is to open up that floor of discussion with your children. Let them know that they're in a safe space to talk about whatever is affecting them. I myself, as a parent, I have a safe space for my son. So I pick him up from school and I'm like, safe space, Zach. Tell mommy what happened at school today. Did you enjoy your day? And guess what? The conversation begins from school until we get home because I give him the leverage to speak about his feelings because I don't want him to go to anybody else and discuss that. So we want our parents or practitioners to sit and listen to children. Do not think that they're overstepping their bounds and children must be seen and not heard. That is not the story that we want to go with. So please encourage your children to speak up. But Crystal, I know you have your little one and she is flourishing real well. In your views, tell us what are some of the things that you would have done to ensure that she is raised as an emotionally smart child.
So I learned as I was going, and one of the panelists mentioned that, you know, we don't get a manual, so we're really just figuring it out on the job. So I learned as I was raising her that she needed the words to express what she was feeling, right? If she didn't have the words, it added to that frustration of whatever was challenging her. So by helping her identify and put into words what she was feeling, it gave her a lot more confidence. So it almost cut out the need to scream because, oh, I have a word for this. There is a set that I got from a subscription I have. There's a company called Love Every, and I got a set of pegs, like emotion wooden pegs. And whenever she's feeling upset or sad or frustrated or even happy, she runs to this and picks up the one that reflects her emotions. So even, I think it was about 2 days ago, she was frustrated about something. She wanted me to play with her, but I was doing work. And I said to her, well, you have to be patient and give me a few minutes, okay? And she said, no, I want to play right now. And I said, but I have to do some work. So are we going to be patient or impatient? And she says, impatient. And I said, well, I still have to work. And she stamps her feet and she puts her hands on her hips, and then she marches into the room and takes up the angry one and comes back to me and shows me that she's very angry. And I said, I understand that you're very angry. Are you feeling frustrated because I can't play with you? Yes, and I need you to play with me right now. I said, okay, go to your room and you can express that frustration. If you want to stomp your feet on your mat, if you want to say, in your room, you can go into the room and you can express that. And then you come back to me when you're feeling a little better. And she walks out with her peg and she marches over to her room, and I hear her in there stomping on the mat and she lets it out. And then she comes back over and she takes 2 deep breaths, because that's also something when I'm on the road, right? There's no room for her to go to and express the emotions. I need her to kind of calm down when I'm on the road. So there's another exercise that allows her to take a deep breath in, exhale, and she does that a couple of times. And she says, okay, I'm calm. So she comes back in the room, takes a breath, and she says, okay, I'm calm. I said, can you be patient now? Because I'm almost done. And she says, yes, I'll be patient. And she sits on the floor next to where I'm doing the work, and she plays with whatever toy she has in her hand at the time until I'm finished. Now, I have an obligation to keep my word as well. So if I say a few minutes and she realizes that the time is going on and on and on, she will engage again and say, are you done yet? So if I say a few minutes, I really have to stop in a couple of minutes, engage, play with her, and then come back to the work. But when I cannot stop, what has been helpful is for her to feel safe expressing that frustration, but not in a way that is disruptive for me or disrespectful to anybody that's around her, but just to get it out and just know that expressing it in a responsible way is not a bad thing. You can feel it, you can allow the feelings to pass through you, you can get it out respectfully, and then we can come back and talk about what we're gonna do as you're feeling this feeling. But so far, these have been very, very helpful, because just the act of taking this up, she almost feels like she can identify with one of these pegs, like, you get me, right? And so she has a little interaction with them. Some of the time she will go and play the angry one versus the calm one, and the angry one is being angry, and then the calm one says, calm down. So she's able to express, even in play, the emotions. And I find it to be very, very helpful.
Right. Thanks for that. And that's wonderful. And parents, I can allude that works actually. Well, what I did, I didn't actually go out and bought as you did, but I sat at home with my son and we use old socks to make Muppets. So we have Muppets for sad and happy and angry. And I allow him to put the eyes in, so you know that when you're sad, the eyes are upside down and stuff like that. And sometimes I say to him, just go one side and have that conversation with your Muppet. Tell them why you're sad. What is it that you're feeling? Because sometimes I'm in sessions and he wants my attention and I'm like, not no, baby, mommy can't. And to add to that, what I also did was to create a parking lot. So what he says is that, mommy, is something really urgent and it can't wait. So I have this full scrap of paper on the wall and I said to him, write your question and put it in the parking lot. As soon as I am finished, I will retrieve it from the parking lot because mommy's car can't stay at work in the parking lot for the entire night, which means that I will soon retrieve it. And I realized that in instances like those, of course it works. So Maureen, when it is that you go out into the field and you're having conversation with the practitioners, how is it that you help to advise them and guide them along to ensure that coming out of our institutions and school systems, we have emotionally smart children?
Well, as you know, that children's social and emotional development influence every aspect of their lives. A child's self-confidence, the ability to develop meaningful relationship, how they resolve conflicts, manage stress and anxiety, make appropriate decisions, resist negative social pressures, learn social norms, and a gamut of other things. And I advise them that they need to have a practical approach. And I really love what Crystal said about, a practical way of dealing with her child's emotional intelligence. Because as you know, children with higher levels of emotional intelligence tends to perform much better on standardized tests. And they also tend to have higher grades. And of course, let them know that emotional intelligence skills help kids to manage conflict and develop deeper friendship, because that is so important, because it transitions over into adulthood, because adults with high levels of emotional intelligence are often, their relationship, they have a better relationship in terms of their personal and professional lives. So we do know that emotional intelligence is very important because of the benefits that it will derive from a child when they learn how to temper their behaviors, or they learn how to calm themselves when they feel angry. It's very important. So the practitioners out there, the caregivers, they are there to understand, or to help the children to understand and being aware of how their emotions work. And it is so critical to the child's overall development. They are experiencing many things as they go through life. And of course, even as adults, we continue to, learn how to manage our emotions. And it is so important that we start at this level for the students to learn how to temper their behaviors and what is appropriate from what is not appropriate. And how we speak to them, how we explain things. We can't be too busy, because it is a different dispensation now in terms of parenting. It takes a village to raise a child, and many persons don't even understand when we say that. But parents these days don't really have the time to rear their children in the most appropriate way. And we find out too that there's so many young parents around that as practitioners, we need to also take them in, and them, as you said, there's no parenting kit. So we ought to help our parents learn how to understand how they can impact their children.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. And to you, Shawnette, I know that with the Early Childhood Commission, we have our parent places where parents come to unwind because the child has too much attitude and I can't deal with it. But while that is happening for the parents in the space, we also try to provide stimulation for the children that the parents would have taken to the center as well. What are some of the things you do with the children when they're at the center, or some of the things you say to the parents when they think that, hey, I'm just over the moon and I can't take it anymore? What are some of the things you say to them?
Yes, so as we said, there is no manual, and each of us, we weren't given the opportunity to choose the children that we want. So guess what? We're going to have to deal with them, deal with the different emotions that come along, and it gets overwhelming. There are some days you believe that I can't do this. I don't know what to do. I cannot handle these situations. And it's become so stressful sometimes that you feel like you want to run away. But guess what? They're your responsibility. How do you deal with that? And the Early Childhood Commission, we have our parent places. And we facilitate the parents within their different spaces right across Jamaica in the small communities. We have these institutions in the early childhood institutions that are across Jamaica. And when the parents come, we actually have a curriculum. We actually target those topics that parents have everyday problems with. And this is one of them, handling all of those stresses of life, handling all of those parental challenges that we have. And self-awareness is one of the topics that we address. Being able to identify and say, this is how I feel. This is how I see the situation that I am in. I do not understand and I want to understand. I do not know how to express how I feel when my child is not doing what they're to do at the different ages and stages. And when they are able to express these things, we are able to help them to understand how to deal with these emotions, how to manage the moods, how to have that empathetic feeling and behavior that is needed in order for us to actually be able to have those young children to be adults of tomorrow that we want to see. So within these spaces, we have, you talk about safe space, Ms. Miller, and the parent place is a safe space. Because guess what? As I said earlier, when we come together, we all need that additional support. We all need that other voice that would say to you, look, it's okay to not be okay, but guess what? You still have to deal with that not being okay. And how do you deal with that? So we relate to each other, we communicate with each other, find out what are some of the things that you would have tried in order to quell those emotions that you're feeling. What are some of the things that you would have tried in order to manage the behavior of the children that you don't want to see? Are you modeling the things that you're telling the child not to do? Are you that stand-up mother or stand-up father or parent overall or guardian that you want your child to look to and say, you know, say, a true mommy attack. And you say, because she do what she tell me, I go follow through with what she tell me. So these spaces, they create an avenue of support. They create an avenue of caring and sharing as well, because sharing not only tangibly, you know, we share our thoughts and we share our feelings. And when you express things to people, sometimes it kind of take off a block off of you or a couple blocks off of you. It's like a light weight come off when you talk about some things. So that is what we do in our parent play spaces, and we find that it works for them, it helps them, and they are able to open up more, because sometimes we don't know if it open up either, you know. And when we learn how to express ourselves, we are able to understand each other. And once they are able to do this for themselves as adults, it will be wonderful parenting. You know, go smooth though, you know. It's not going to be smooth, let me tell you. But it will be a bit easier to handle, a bit easier to manage when they go home. The techniques that we would have taught them. Crystal talked about the inhale through your nostril, exhale through your mouth. And, you know, listen to music when you get angry. Just take a deep breath, walk away. Those are the techniques that we have to understand in order to manage our emotions as adults, so that we're able to relate to our children and help them to be more emotionally smart. And we should also let them know that emotionally smart or intelligent is just as important as being smart in your schoolwork, because this is how we relate. When we go out there and we meet a Zaria on the playground, we should be able to relate to Zaria. If Zaria did something that you didn't like, what's your reaction? How is your mood towards Zaria? How do you relate to Zaria at the end of the day? And afterwards, when they know these different things based on what you have imparted to them as parents, as caregivers, then they will be able to manage the emotions, and the relationship would be stronger between themselves and the other party.
Right. Thanks for that, Shawnette. And of course, to our listeners, just so you know, the Early Childhood Commission has embarked on various programs to better assist with behavioral change within the classroom and even at homes, because both what happened at school and at home, they complement each other. So for the school, we have the IRE Classroom Toolbox, And then we have the Irie Home Toolbox. And of course, in this toolbox, we speak a lot about emotions. So we have those nice little cards that show when a child is happy or sad, and how is it that you as a parent relate to that child based on the emotions that they're going through. And the same thing for the teachers and our practitioners within the Irie Classroom Toolbox. And more information of this can be shared with you if you visit the Early Childhood Commission's website, actually. So we encourage parents that when it is that your child would have done something so good, please to praise them, commend them, congratulate them. But don't just tell them that they're doing a good job. Tell them doing a good job at what. So, Soraya, thank you for helping teacher to take up the books today. Good job. And we have to let the child know exactly what is it that you are actually praising them for. But Zaraya, baby, tell Auntie, when it is that your friends are sad at school, what do you do to help them to feel better? You're muted, you're muted. Auntie, can you help Zaraya to unmute? Yes, tell Auntie what is it that you do at school when your friends are sad?
If my friends are sad, I call one of my friends and my classmates that they could help her feel better and happy.
Okay. Anything else that you do when they're sad?
I asked my mommy if I could get some money if I could buy ice cream.
So you buy ice cream and you share it with your friends when they are sad?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I haven't really do that some days.
You do what?
I have not do that by myself some days.
Okay, and that is fine. That is fine. And I can tell you that when you grow bigger, you'll be able to do it more often for your friends. All right?
Okay.
So you have a poem that you want to say for us?
Yes, I do want to say.
Okay, go ahead with your poem.
My Shadow by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me. And what can be the use of him is more than I can see. He's very, very like me, from the heels up to the head. And I see him jump before me when I jump into my bed. The funniest thing about him is the way he likes to grow. Not at all my proper children, which is always very slow, for he sometimes shoots up taller like an India rubber ball and could only make a fool of me in every sort of ways. He stays so close beside me, he's a coward you can see. I'll think shame to stick tenaciously as that shadow stick to me. One morning, very early, before the sun was up, I rose and found the shiny dew and every buttercup. But my lazy little shadow, like an errant sleepyhead, had stayed at home behind me and was fast asleep in bed.
Ah, yay! And I like that poem. Who taught you that poem?
My teacher, my Miss Henry.
Your teacher, she did a wonderful job. Nice poem. All right. So for our other panelists, you know, we spoke about the emotion, knowing when the child is happy and sad, when to express themselves and stuff like that. But for me, being an emotionally smart child, it also comes with responsibilities. So, you know, of course, there are rights versus a responsibility. How is it that you, Crystal, speak to your daughter about what her rights are and what are the responsibilities that comes with these rights?
So right now, one of the things that I'm helping her to understand is the autonomy she has to an extent over her body. Who is allowed to touch her, who is not allowed to touch her, where they can touch her, where they're not allowed to touch her, who can see certain parts of her body and who cannot see certain parts of her body, and how to express very clearly when she feels as if any of those boundaries have been violated. So as an example, and I think this is the case for every mother, I love to kiss her, right? Every time I see her, I just want to kiss her, I want to kiss her, I want to kiss her. But I've also expressed to her that if there's somebody who's trying to kiss her outside of mommy and daddy, if somebody's trying to kiss her and she does not want to be kissed, she can say, no, don't kiss me. And if they insist on kissing you, you can ease away and push their face off and make a noise, like shout and say something. Unfortunately, she's doing that to me as well, right? So when she's not in the mood to be kissed, she's gonna say, no, don't kiss me, and she blocks me. I had shared on Twitter recently that she invited me to a tea party, and she invited me into her castle, and I was so excited about it, and I reached out and I was like, oh, thank you so much, and I was gonna kiss her, and she said, no kissing me in my castle. And I was like, all right, so we now have to deal with the application of these principles when they're not comfortable for mommy. So in those moments, I have to remember, I'm teaching her a lesson, I'm teaching her a practice and a principle, and she is allowed to implement or to set that boundary with me too, in areas like this where it's not detrimental to her. She's playing, she wants to play in this way, and it's just not time for hugging and kissing. So that's one of the things that I'm watching her learn how to do, and then seeing how she applies it to herself, which is why I say the doing is so important. So we've identified her private parts, and that includes like her tummy, you know? So if I'm working out and sometimes I'm in a sports bra, she comes and she sees me working out, she says, Mommy, you're letting people see your private parts. You have to cover your private parts. So I have to explain to her now the difference between what I'm wearing and what this is for, and that I'm not going to go to the supermarket like this, and this is good for the beach, and I'm going to wear the bikini to the beach. So these are the ways that we can exercise a little bit of discretion, so that when I'm at the beach, she doesn't come up to me and say, cover your private parts, people see your private parts. So that's how I'm introducing her to the rights that she has, beginning with her body, and the right that she has to notice certain things, to express discomfort about it, and to know that once she says, this makes me uncomfortable, I will respect that. And then to also send that message to anybody who's interacting with her nanny, for example, just indicating when Zia says, no, she doesn't like that, please don't take it personal. It's not about you. She's not saying she doesn't like you, but we're learning these things. So when she does this, when she says, respond to her in this way so she knows that this is the right way, or respond to her in this way so she knows that this was not appropriate. So it's right. To tell the people who she will be interacting with what these things mean, how to help her to learn this particular thing, and support and reinforce it for her in practice, no matter where she might be.
Right. So our listeners and everybody on our platform, please be aware that you have to teach your children about good touch and bad touch. Who to touch you, where to touch you, who can hug you, who not to hug you. And I like the institutions having policies in place where not everybody can come and pick up a child to say, oh, I'm here to pick up a child. The mom is telling me to pick up a child. So we have to set boundaries as parents. But how far do those boundaries go? We need to tell our child what is it that is acceptable. And in creating these boundaries, of course, and a child saying, no, it must be done in a way that is, of course, not disrespectful and not come across as being, said in the wrong way. But teaching your child about good touch and bad touch, that is wonderful. Mr. Brian, Mark, what are some of the boundaries you set for your son? Do you set boundaries for him? All right, I think we have lost him. Zariah, do you have responsibilities at home? Mommy give you things to do at home. What are some of your responsibilities at home?
I clean up the house, and I wipe and I mop the floor, and I wash my slippers, and I also help to make my nana's bed and my mommy's bed, and to clean up the room and do everything what I need to do, like chores.
Okay, so you have chores at home, and of course, chores are your responsibilities. Now at school, what are some of your responsibilities at school?
If I make a mess, I'm supposed to wipe it up.
Right. So if you make a mess, you wipe it up. Anything else that you do at school?
And if there's a mess, like somebody throws food on the floor, like snacks, like fake snacks, one of my class, when I'm sweeping the class and there's a mess in there, one of my classmates comes and hold a shovel and I sweep.
Okay, wonderful. And of course, you're doing a good job of helping to sweep the classroom and helping to clean up the mess, helping to spread your bed. Those are all wonderful things that you are doing. Maureen, back to the rights and responsibilities. How do you feel about children knowing their rights and responsibilities come with it?
I feel very strongly that the children ought to know their rights. They are not too young to learn. And we can't take it for granted that they won't understand, because they too have feelings just like us. And one of the things that the ministry has embarked on is that in every school, there is an HFLE officer. As you know, HFLE has to do with the home and family life education. So we have teachers who are out there teaching our students and our parents how they respond to certain things, and certainly teaching children their rights, learning how to speak up, have a voice, because I think that is what the theme for Child's Month is all about, giving children a voice. Because when we give them a voice, we listen to them, not just to hear what they're saying. Because sometimes as adults, we don't really listen to our children, and we don't encourage them to speak either, because we're too busy earning the proverbial dollar so that they can have food in their bellies. But it is just more than providing that. And how often do we as adults let our children know how we feel? You know, we need to enunciate how we feel as well, so that they will not feel guilty when they are trying to explain to us how they are feeling. So it goes both ways. And we need to have our children have a voice. Yes.
And I like that point, because we don't want children to feel as if us as parents and guardians, we're different from them when it comes to feelings. So I'm having a rough day today. My head is really hurting. I am sad because something happened, and you explain to them. This is how you want them to explain to you when they're feeling sad. Why is it they're sad? You as a parent should be able to have that conversation and explain to the child or the children why you're feeling sad. Of course, sometimes it is things that adultish, and you don't want to give them all the details, but you can pick out the simpler part of it and have that conversation with them. Have an open line of communication so they can know that it is okay. Mommy feels sad sometimes, daddy feel angry sometimes, and sometimes mommy and daddy want to be by themselves, but it's always that we express all of these various emotions with our children.
And true, Ms. Tanisha, that, you know, emotions are something that are inbuilt in us. And it's okay to express it, but we have to teach them to express it in positive ways. But don't downgrade what they are feeling, because it is a part of our makeup, whether it is negative or positive. But how we deal with it, that is the issue at hand. How to deal with it in a positive way.
Yes. So it also goes back to the point that parents need to actually be aware of their child's or children emotion. Know when it is that your child is sad and when they're upset, and you know when to give them a little space to go through their feelings, and then you have that conversation with them. So we have to ensure that our parents are actually coached in how is it to recognize various emotions of their children. Shawnette, rights and responsibilities. How do you differentiate that? Think of even your daughters. Do they have rights? And with those rights, is it that there are responsibilities?
Yeah, it's very important. They understand that you have a right, but you know that when something happens, there are consequences to actions, right? So even yesterday, my 7-year-old said to me, "Oh Lord, it's not even Wednesday yet, and I feel so lazy." And I'm like, "You feel lazy?" She said, "It's like a bout of laziness just hit me." So I was like, "How would that happen?" And she said, "I feel like it's because me have PE. So PE just stress me out." And that was a conversation that led me to understand how she really feel. Because in allowing her to express her feelings, which I give her the right to, it's okay for her to do that. I'm not going to tell her, "So you're too prime. You're little bit, you're not supposed to feel them way, you're not feel lazy." And this is what well, some of us, I can say for myself, or parents would tell you, "You're too prime." What kind of conversation that you have? We need to allow them to speak, allow them to express themselves. So giving them that right would actually offer a sense of safety when they're able to tell you how they feel. Giving them that right offers an avenue for protection in allowing them to tell you how they feel. And they are open to expressing what are some of the things you're thinking about, what are some of the things you're fearful of, what are some of the things that you think you can manage. And when they're able to tell you all of these things, you are creating an avenue of bonding with yourself and the children. And that is something that as parents, we need to understand, that bonding is important. We need to have a bond with the children, and that will allow them to be more responsible too. So the right part come in, you have the right to tell me how you feel. You have the right to tell me to actually express yourself, and do it in a acceptable manner, because that's also a thing that we need to let them know. What is the acceptable way of doing something? We create a bonding avenue for them, and they feel protected, they feel safe, they feel as if they can come to you and tell you something that you wonder if I'm supposed to tell her that. I'm not sure if I fit tell her that. No, so I'm afraid to tell her that because I don't know how she will react to that. They need to be able to say that, okay, I can tell mommy this, or I can tell daddy this, because this no feel right. And the feeling right thing too. You remember they tell you don't talk to strangers? Yeah, man, it come in right here. So, because when they're along the street, and then you think about the street smart thing again, and they feel like something is wrong. That is something that we have imparted to them, knowing when something is wrong, that there's something in my belly, some gut feeling thing I tell me, say this wrong, and me nah go do it. And if mommy did there, should I tell me, say me no fi do it. And that interaction that you and the child would have would actually replicate the conversation between child and parent in their head, So they said to themselves, mommy wouldn't want me to do that, so I don't think I will do that. And even when they are being led astray by their friends, going down a path where it don't look so right, they are having that conversation that they might have had with you if it was a case that you were there. So these are things that once we are able to have that interactive moment, letting them know the things that are right and what are their right, then automatically the responsible conversation going to come up. So you need to be responsible for whatever actions or whatever decisions that you take, because that is it too, the emotions, how you feel about something or someone will help you to make the right decision and help you to relate to the individuals around you. So that's my point on that, Ms. Miller.
Right. And then it takes us back to the fact where we spoke about children. There should be open lines of communication between parent, guardian, and children, and not just shun or shut down the child. And I'll just use a quick example of when my son was 4 years old, and in the middle of reading him a Christmas story, he said to me, "Mommy, do you know that Jesus is a jacket?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" The parent I am and the parenting style, I allow him to explain everything. So I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, Mommy, when we were in Megamart the other day, two ladies were talking, and one of them said to the other, like she said, 'Do you know that Tanisha is a jacket?' And the other lady said, what you saying? And she said, yes, because like she would say, because Crystal take home Tanisha and give Tanisha to, like she would have said, John, but John is not the father. You know, see, oh, Tanisha, look, Tanisha have cool, pretty ear. Look one John and nigga. So a jacket him get. So I said, yes, but why did you say Jesus is a jacket? And he said, but mommy, look at the story. You spoke about Jesus, baby Jesus, and Mary and Joseph. And Mary took home Jesus and gave Jesus to Joseph. But Joseph is not the father of Jesus, because when I went to church, that was so Jesus is a jacket. Mary gave a jacket to Joseph. Now, of course, I had to put on my biblical hat and the little that I know and explain the storyline to him. And of course, I said to him, try not to go to school and repeat that. But I explained it to him, and it is okay as parents, if we do not have all the information, we can call other parents to say, my child said this and my child did that. Has it ever happened to you? And how have you dealt with the situation? So we can actually learn from each other. But my next question, we know that raising emotionally smart children, sometimes we think that children are stubborn and they are rebellious, they don't want to listen. Do you think that emotionally smart children can be rebellious? Who wants to take that on first? Do you think that?
Let me give it a thought, Miss Miller. So even if you're emotionally smart, you know, there are some things that's going to come out in a way that you don't believe that's how it should be. And the fact remains that you have taught your children to have their own thoughts. And if you're telling them something, just as if they would go out into the world and somebody tells them something and they strongly believe that that is not the case, then nothing is wrong with that. However, the point that we need to actually raise when those situations come on, we need to query, why do you believe that way? What are your thoughts as it relates to that? Where you get that thought from? Why do you feel that way? So being rebellious might not be a bad thing, because it might go down a path where we will probably get to see another side of the child, how they feel and how basically they want to express themselves about the particular matter that we believe that they're being rebellious about. So it may be a bad thing and it may be a good thing. It depends on whatever the situation might be at the moment. So it could be a learning moment for the adult, for the parent, and it helps us to understand the thought process too, what is going on in their head. So it could be a good thing and it could be a bad thing. That's my take on it, Ms. Miller.
Okay. Crystal, anything from you?
Well, I'm here trying to frame what rebellious could look like for my daughter. So what I'm seeing is me wanting her to move in a particular direction, and she's either not ready to move or would like to go in an opposite direction. So the question for me is, what was the quality of my negotiation skills, right? So is a 3-year-old going to out-negotiate me in this moment? So let's say we need to go take a shower and she's watching her tablet and she's just not ready to take a shower. How do I negotiate that movement because she does not want to move? One of the things I've had to do is explain to her what's coming up next, because all she sees is what she will lose. She's going to lose her place in this Dora the Explorer thing, and then Boots is going to sing, and then she's going to miss the song with Boots, and she's not going to be able to do the Spanish word. So I'm losing this moment, mommy. So this is why I'm not moving. If I can explain to her what's coming up in the next moment, I get a little more interest in doing what I need her to do. A lot less anger or anxiety or frustration for sure. And then it opens the door for us to move into this next thing. So what I've had to do is explain to her what is coming up next. I know it feels like you're losing this moment with your tablet, but here's what we're going to be able to do when you move. When you move, we're going to go into the shower, and then you're going to be able to bring one of your plastic toys and give them a shower because they haven't had a bath in 2 days and they must be really stinky, and we don't want stinky toys. And so she begins to envision what's the next thing that she could be doing that she could actually enjoy, because for now, it's just about what feels good for her. So if I'm able to bring joy into this other moment that we're moving into, then she doesn't feel so much like, oh, I'm losing this and I don't want to lose this. In the instance that we're in the supermarket, for example, and I'm trying to go down this aisle and she wants to go down that aisle, that can be challenging because now we're in what could become a danger zone, moving through a highly trafficked space, her turning off and I didn't see where she turned, and then I'm in the supermarket looking for her bumping into other people, blocking up the hallways. So in moments like these, I have to be a lot firmer. So it's probably not about joy, although we can talk about the biscuits and the snacks that are in the aisle that I'm trying to take her, but helping her to understand that we're moving with urgency here. And we can't play in the supermarket. But if you do this or don't do that, it allows us to come out more quickly. One of the things that she's able to do as well is to interact with, in the supermarket, for example, interact with other children. So if she sees them doing something and she goes, oh, but that child is running with the cart, I have to explain to her, well, what's the danger in you running with the cart? Do you see that if they don't slow down, they could bump into that person, they could hit that, they could fall, they could slip. And many times that's what happens when she observes the child doing what she wants to do. Many of the times the child makes a mistake, like they end up bumping into an aisle or knocking something over, or the parent has to be chasing them. And then she can observe to see what the risk or the danger is that I'm trying to pull her out of or to prevent. And then she'll say, okay, mommy, I won't do that. But I realized that by pausing to engage and explain to her, just accept that she has a right to feel a little frustrated. Right? She was enjoying playing with the cans over here, touching the bread bag over here, and I'm asking her to stop. In my life, when I'm enjoying something, if somebody comes to me and says, just stop because it's time to move on, that don't work for me. And I have sense, I'm supposed to know when I must stop something. But when I'm enjoying it, it's frustrating for somebody to just tell me to stop. So with her, I have to understand that she doesn't have a lot of the prefrontal cortex movement going on where she can understand strategy and good decision making and forward planning. She's really just feeling joy in the moment. So the best strategy for me has been explaining or introducing and inviting her into another thing that she can enjoy or experience when she moves on from what she's, enthralled by in the moment.
Right.
And when it doesn't work, I just have to be repetitive about it. I learn through repetition as well. It's rare that somebody tells me one thing one time and I get it. That's just not how the brain works when you teach people new things. So I have to also be open to repetition, right. And not be too tired of insisting that this is the right way, even when I feel like, oh, have I not said this 10 times? But when I'm fair, that happens to me as an adult too, where I have to learn a lesson several times before I change the behavior.
Right.
So it's not going to be much different for her at 3. So patience.
And that's where the coaching comes in. So you repeating, of course, you're telling her the steps over and over, where gradually, of course, she will learn. And sometimes what we need to understand as parents is that shouting at the child doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to hear you any clearer. They will not, because my child once told his teacher that, Miss, you know that none of us in this class is deaf, so you don't actually have to shout. So when we speak to children, sometimes just go down to their level, tell them what you want to relate to them in simple language, simple terms. They will actually get it. We don't have to shout and get aggressive with them for something to be done. We don't have to always take that route. Maureen?
Well, for me, rebelliousness can be good as well as it can be bad, but it's how you navigate the conversation is critical to resolving the issues at hand, because we know that everyone is entitled to their own opinion, right? But if it is that we're going to encourage our children to be independent thinkers, problem solvers, we must allow them to enunciate their feelings, whether we agree with it, yes or no. But areas where, as an adult now, you help them to explore the possibilities and come up with some options that you can agree on, that both of you will say, okay, this is the right route to take. This is how you should behave in a certain manner, but you cannot shut them up. You have to allow them, because they're out there, with their peers. They are listening to what their peers are saying, and they're going to come home with it. Just like how Tanisha, your son, came home with the whole matter that Jesus is a jacket. You understand? So we have to listen to them. And sometimes they hold their point. And that is how we allow our children, when they are talking to strangers or other persons out there, that they are not just going to listen to what people are saying, because everyone is entitled to their opinion, but it's how we navigate the conversation that is key. So as adults, we too are to learn how, in putting across our opinion, that it is okay not to agree with the person, but it is okay to take whatever it is that they're saying with, good graces and all of that. So we have to teach them, really. Don't shut them up when they are being rebellious, but talk it through with them for them to understand what is happening.
Okay. Thank you very much, Maureen. And then now my last question to the panelists. What are some things that you think an emotionally smart child should be able to do? Just pulling everything that you would have said together before, what are some of the things that you are saying that an emotionally smart child should be able to do?
Well, for me, just wrapping up, how do we raise emotionally intelligent children? Well, we have to, first of all, as we have been saying, that we have to help them to identify and name what they are feeling. And in many schools, we have what is called a feelings chart. And of course, some parents would have, have something practical, just like what Crystal has. But it doesn't have to be something that is store-bought. You can have a little paddle with a red and a green, red signaling that things are not well, and the green signaling things that are well. And, give our children opportunities to identify feelings in themselves and others. And I like when Tanisha said in the morning, when did she get up, how are you feeling this morning? And some basic schools, some infant schools have some little songs that they sing in the morning to bring across a feeling, how they're feeling, right? So we also encourage them to talk about it. Just like Zaria, when she said, how she felt when somebody bit her snack, and she said she just went on to the other, but there must have been some feelings. She said she feels sad when that happened. Also, for children to be smart, you need to be the role model.
Yes.
The adult, that is. Accept the children's feelings, whatever they are, allow them to talk about it, and teach children that emotions are part of their makeup, and help them to learn that it's okay to feel whatever they are feeling, but that they need to express them appropriately. Help them to learn how to respond to conflicts, problem-solving ways, and that problems, they need to respond to it in a respectful way. And one way of this is to ask them how they feel when it happened. How can you change the situation? Who can you talk to about it? And what do you think that they can do to help? So it's just to help them to explore ways in which they can help themselves to be emotionally intelligent.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. Crystal, the last word, anything relating to the last question?
So I agree with what Maureen has said. For me, there are three markers that I'm doing a good job helping Zia to understand emotions and function with emotional intelligence. One is the ability to be self-aware, to know what she's feeling and to have the words to describe that for herself. From an I perspective, I am feeling this, me, I. And certainly not projecting that onto anybody else. So this person made me. So the language skills right now, rapidly developing, so I'm able to introduce words that she can actually hold on to and use to express her feelings. Two is the respect for other people's feelings. So we have those conversations about interactions on the playground, what happens with other children, how she's able to deal with them telling her no and enforcing boundaries for themselves. How does that make her feel? And what does she do? Does she stop? Does she keep pressing? And so far from the reports from school, she respects those boundaries for other children as well. She's a little sad when she can't play with them, but if they don't want to play right now, she will stand back and allow them their space or their moment. But the other thing, and I think this will come, of course, in stages, deals with what they call the egocentricity of children, just believing that anything happening in their environment is because of them. They caused this to happen. Mommy's angry. What did I do? I must have caused this. So they almost think they have superpowers to make the environment what it is. So if mommy's happy, I make mommy happy. If mommy's angry, I make mommy angry. If mommy's sad, I made mommy sad. The challenge there is helping her to understand that she's not responsible for other people's emotions. And when I am angry, I have to also check myself. When she asked me, Mommy, why are you angry? Why are you not listening? I can't say, because I have to be careful. I need to know that she did not do anything and become responsible for my emotions and my reactions. That is all me. I am trying to get some work done. I cannot focus right now. She's asking me to switch focus, and I am not managing that mentally. That's why I'm frustrated, not because she needs my attention.
Right.
So helping her to understand that she's not responsible for other people's emotions, so that she does not become in adult life a people pleaser, thinking that if I do this, then that person will be happy. And I mustn't do this because then that person's going to be angry. And then we have a whole set of navigation and counseling to do, because she's stretching herself thin and bending over backwards so that people can be happy, or to prevent people from being mad. So that is something that will come through stages and years of consistency. Just demonstrating ownership and awareness of herself, respecting other people and their feelings, and never misinterpreting who is responsible for what. You're only responsible for you and your behavior. Other people need to be responsible for themselves.
Thank you. And it also will help not for the child to be confused, because Miss want me to do this and I do it, but then tomorrow she wants me to do something differently. The same thing in a different way. So we need to be consistent when it comes down to our children and letting them know that, of course, this is your responsibility, that is mommy's responsibility, that is Miss' responsibility, so there is no confusion. Shawnette?
Yes, the topic this morning is a very important one, because how I see it, I think for even persons who might be watching, parents, caregivers, we never thought about emotionally smart children, raising emotionally smart children. And for some of us, we are wondering what that mean. But if it is a case that you're questioning based on what you have heard so far, and you're questioning, am I doing that as a parent? How do I need to do that as a parent? I need to, like, you're taking a check of yourself now to find out, have I been doing all of these things? Can I identify if my child is emotionally smart? But at this moment, just question yourself, how do I help my child to identify their feelings? How do I go about doing that? How do I see if they're feeling something? Is there a physical thing that I see? Is there a tone in the voice that I hear? Is there like an angry gesture that's going on? How do I know what they're feeling? Helping them to identify what they're feeling. And after that is done, helping them to deal with the feelings. How am I going to help them to deal with the feelings? So now that they tell me, how me I go help them to deal with it? And in some instances, you probably tell yourself, so then if me ask myself that I don't know what to do, what me I go do. And then there comes the support. The support I go kick in now, man. You're going to find that particular person, that positive individual, that positive parent. Because you have some parents, so you look on her and you say, say, me like how Crystal go on with her daughter do. Me I go ask her if she can help me out. Or, say, Maureen know like something do. Maureen must can tell me something. You find that additional support. When you think you don't know something, ask about it. Ask, and you see that particular person that you might want to model their behavior. They tell you something, it may not work in the exact way, but something out of it might work for you. So you just find that support. Again, the parent places are available that the Early Childhood Commission have right across the island, and you can go on the website and see them as well, where these parent places are located. Helping the children to express what they feel. And when they're expressing what they're feeling, let it be a case that you teach them to express it not in a way that they hurt themselves or they hurt anybody else. Different ways you can express how you're feeling. So you're feeling sad about something, just take a moment, sit and think about it, and come again. Reflect, come again. And if you want to talk about it again, that's fine. I am here. So all of these things, reflecting as a parent, and you don't know if your child is being emotional, if your child is emotionally smart, don't worry yourself, man. I'm sure this little moment that we had, It's actually a prompter for you if you didn't know, and for those who have been doing it and you never have a label for it, this is it. So it is very important that as parents we understand what our children are going through, because if we don't know what's going on with them, we can't help them, and they will seek the help from elsewhere, and that we don't know if it's going to be a positive help. So pay attention, listen to them, hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Shawnette. So in summing it up all for you parents and viewers, I would have come up with 5 simple ways in which parents can actually coach their children as it relates to for them to be emotionally smart. So the first one for me would be aware of your child's emotion. So sometimes we as parents, we are not sure what it is our children are going through, and that is because sometimes we are not sure of our own feelings as parents, and sometimes you're insensitive to what it is that the child is going through. So be aware of your child's emotion. 2, I want for you to see emotions as an opportunity for connection and teaching your child something. So when they're going through what they're going through, as Crystal would have said, she would have used those other stuff for her daughter to express how is it that she is feeling, but she also used it as a teaching moment for her daughter. Step 3, as parents, we need to listen and validate the feelings of our children. So give your child your full attention when they're talking to you. Don't be washing the dishes or sweeping the yard. Let them know that as a parent or guardian, you are there for them and you can give them some of your time by sitting and listening with them. Reflect back later on what it is that you heard the child saying to you. Try to reflect on some of the things that you would have said to the child as well, but listen and validate the feelings of your child or the children. Step 4, label their emotions. Be able to tell directly when your child is sad, when the child is happy, when the child is confused. It is your child and your children. You should be able to know about their emotional states, sometimes even without them as children saying it to you. And step 5, help your child problem solve with limits. So set boundaries and be consistent in what it is that you do. But before we go, I know that some of our viewers and listeners actually have some questions for our panelists. So at this time, I'll ask our moderator, Ms. Francis, if she could let us be aware of what some of those questions are.
Okay, no problem. But before I get into the question, just a few comments that keeps popping up. So first, we have persons saying that they love the diversity of the panel, the incorporation of young Zaria and our father Mark. Also, they love the use of the emotional board and the fact that you can actually purchase something ready-made or you can do it yourself. So that comes in very handy. Also, they love the use of the safe spaces and knowing that to incorporate the rights of the child to express themselves emotionally. All right, so now for our questions. Karen Smith says that my son has an anger problem. He will be playing with his toys and he's fixing it. And if it's not going the way he wants, he gets mad. How do I deal with that kind of behavior?
Auntie, excuse me. My internet is breaking up, so I have to go now.
And that's all right, Zariah. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you, my darling. Thanks again. So,
bye, Auntie.
Bye, baby. So based on the question that was just asked by Karine, as a parent, Crystal, what advice would you give to that mother?
So that happens. Sometimes she is playing with like a puzzle, and for the piece to fit, you have to set it a specific way or it doesn't fit. One, repetition has really worked here. So the more time she spends with the puzzle, so one day she'll sit down and she just get, oh, and she walks away from it. I would say, okay, do you want to come back? No, she wants to move on to something else. All right, maybe 3 days later, we'll come back to the puzzle. But her ability to keep trying eventually allows her to figure it out. And I think repeated interaction with that toy or with that tool or the puzzle tells her, one, that I have confidence in her ability to figure it out. Yes, mommy don't give up on you. You might feel frustrated, but I believe you will figure it out. But two, it also gives her an opportunity to reapply what she learned the last time. All right, when I set it this way, it didn't work. Let me try and set it another way. So she is prompted and encouraged to keep trying and take a different approach so she can get the results. What has helped me to be patient as she's figuring out and solving her problems is to remember that it's problem solving. And when I'm doing algebra at school, and when I think I get the answer and I don't get the answer, I have to rub it out and start over. So that process of her being frustrated is because she realized she has to rub it out and start over. And that's frustrating for everybody. So it's not a child problem that needs to be fixed. It's an opportunity, as you've said, to help her learn how to approach problems. So if this is giving you some difficulty, you can step away from it and do something else. We can try it again together. I can show you how I did it, and then you can see if you remember what I did or if you understand it. And over time, she always gets it. Because remember, it's a kid's toy. It's meant for her to get it. So it's not going to be something that's tricking her or forever difficult and impossible to do. And so me being encouraged as she's returning to it, me celebrating with her the good effort, I'm really happy that you came back and you tried again. We didn't get it this time, but we're going to get it the next time, all right? Good job trying again. I'm so happy that you didn't give up. We're going to try again. Look, we got it. That's so great because you kept coming back. You actually figured it out. And so she remembers now that this is all her work, right? So I did it. It was hard, but you can do hard things here. Maybe you're not going to get it today, but after a week, after 2 weeks, you'll be able to successfully complete it. So my framing of it too is not that she is having a bad attitude around the problem solving. She's just learning how to solve a problem. And I want her to know that every problem is solvable. And if she keeps at it, she can solve it. And hopefully, in time and as the years go on, that attitude will be preserved for every other problem that comes. Can't solve it now? Let me walk away and come back later. Can't solve it this way? Let me try another way to solve it. But it's building on these experiences that will make her an emotionally smart and competent and capable adult, which is what I'm trying to raise, a good adult.
Right. And Crystal, I do agree with everything that you have said. They couldn't have put it much better. But the old adage came to mind about if at first you don't succeed, and try again. And that is what the parents should instill in the child, that it is okay to mess up at first, but don't give up. It's like when they go on a horse to try to ride the horse for the first time and you drop off of the horse or even a bicycle. And is it that you're going to put aside the bicycle and say, me not ride a bicycle there because I fall off of it? No, you get back up, dust yourself off and go on the bicycle and ride. And you will get it. And so therefore, I agree wholeheartedly, Crystal, with what you are saying. And I know that your child is being raised in the most appropriate manner. So let the child know if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And let it ring, let it resonate right throughout life. That if at first, try again. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, Karine?
Right. So the question would have been asked, are children with high emotional intelligence good at problem solving? And I believe that was just answered in that first question.
Right. Yes, it was.
Yes.
Is there any other?
Yes. Give me just a minute to get to that one.
Sure.
So question, do you think that children with high emotional intelligence, so the question is emotional intelligence determined or affected by age?
Is emotional intelligence determined and affected by age? Miss Wong, you want to take that one?
I'd like to share a perspective on this one. I say yes, because brain development is a very real thing. We don't have all of our brains until we get to about the mid-20s. I found it funny that women get our full brain sooner than men, right? So sometimes when they can't figure it out, all the brain just don't come in yet. But it's important for us to be compassionate with children, because we, with our full brain, fully developed, especially that prefrontal cortex that allows us to do the executive functioning, and that is the decision making now, moving from just what you feel and expressing what you feel being able to apply those feelings as data for decision making, which is another level of emotional intelligence when you talk about socially applying those skills. So I think it is affected by age. With age as well comes the language skills that you will need to express the emotions, to understand what other people are saying. With age comes the experience of interacting with different difficult emotional situations and putting the skills to the test and learning what works and improving what needs to be improved. But I think most importantly, the brain capacity of our children is not what it is for us as adults. And so we also have to give their brain a chance to come in and help them with that executive functioning so they can apply more consistently and deliberately what they're learning.
Okay, thank you. We'll take one other question. Is there any more, Karine? One other, if there's any more.
Okay, so there are no other questions. There was a comment that states, in addition to the emotional board, Shimon said that she has a reward board. So if he behaved good today, she would have that in the room. And for whatever it is that he would have done, she would have complimented with a sticker, with a point, and then award.
Yeah, and that's also another wonderful way to let children know that, hey, I'm interested in what you're doing. I know what it is that you're doing, and you did a good job as well. But remember, when children do things that are so nice and pleasing, you praise them, you commend them, and tell them why you are actually doing it. So I want to actually thank my panelists, Crystal Tomlinson, thank you very much, Shawnette Grant, Maureen Wong, Mark Bryan, our parents, and our star, of course, Raya. Thank you very much for being with us today. And just before you leave, parents, remember, there is nothing wrong in asking other parents to give you, to explain to you what it is that they did in their own circumstances. Have a parking lot. If it is that a question is asked and you're not able to answer, put it in the parking lot. Seek the answer for your child and don't allow them to go outside of the home to get that answer, because they may get the incorrect answer. And last but not least, please to create GEM for your children. That's GEM. And what that means is genuine encounter moments. Have those time away from everything for your child or your children. Let them know that you love them and they are important to you. Thank you very much for being with us this morning, and we will talk soon.
And thank you so much for sharing with us, Ms. Miller, and to her very able panelists. We have Percy saying that the sessions were very therapeutic, excellent presentations, awesome tips. And for that, we thank each and every person who would have participated, not just our panelists, but also to our participants, because without them, this would have not been executed as lovely as it did. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of our plenary session for this morning. However, please stay with us because we go right into our workshop sessions after this break. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to send it right now. I'm putting down the phone. Okay.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for staying with us. Now, before we get into our workshop sessions, just a reminder for you to go ahead and complete our evaluation form. You can go to pdi.ecc.gov.jm, scroll to the bottom of the page, and then please complete our evaluation form. Let us know what it is you love about the sessions. Let us know how we can better the sessions for you. And at the end of each day, we do have an assessment where we will be posting a question for you to answer, and on our final day, we will be awarding prizes. Now, at this time, we will be getting into another great workshop, and we'll be looking at the topic, getting it right from the start, perspective on parenting in Jamaica. And with me today is our presenter, Miss Janet Brown. Now, let me share with you a few details about Miss Brown. Now, she's a professional. She has a professional career of 14 years in Toronto, Canada, and 22 years at the University of the West Indies, Kingston, Jamaica. She has continued the short and long-term consultancies within the Caribbean region and beyond until present. She is a social worker having a master's in social work from Columbia University and a bachelor's from Anova College in India. Now, a little bit of her professional career, she was senior lecturer and also director for the Caribbean Child Development Center, School of Continuing Studies at UWI. Now, it's an outreach unit for research, it's a curriculum development, and she also looked at early childhood development, role of fathers, parenting education, and support. She would have done work as a social work administrator, executive member of Parenting Partners Caribbean. In her consultancy years, she would have consulted with the Ministry of Labor and Social Security of the Early Stimulation Program. She would have also been the lead consultant with the Ministry of Labor and IDB projects to design the pilot project for parents and young children in receipt of cash transfer payments, and would have evaluated the efficiency of improving the parent-child interaction and child outcomes for children in poverty. Internationally, she has done consultancies with colleagues to advise country of women on targeted expansion of their early childhood programs. She would have also worked with the UNICEF and also done assessment of early childhood education programs and involvement. Now, parents play a very important role in their children's lives. It is a most joyous yet difficult experience. This workshop will equip parents with tools to get it right from the start to become the confident and joyful parent they want to be. Parents will be provided with practical strategies of how to effectively handle everyday parenting joys and issues. Now, we'll remind our participants that they can share their comments and their questions in the chat. And at this time, we will get started. Over to you, Ms. Brown.
Okay, Karine, my lighting is, oh my goodness. Will that be all right? Shall I leave it on or shall I turn it off?
This looks fine. Yes, according to my technician, this looks perfect.
It's poor behind me and I can't relocate right now.
Okay.
We'll try it. I might shut it off after a while and you will be showing some slides too, I guess.
No problem, yes.
Okay, good morning. I guess it's not, is it morning for everybody who's on? We don't know for sure, I guess. But it's morning here. And I have been given this, this topic of getting it right from the start. And she gave you far too much intro for me. I'm going to breeze over some of that. But I wanted, the first thing that came to mind in thinking about preparing for this is that on a first visit to a daycare center in Jamaica, which was long ago, there was a sign outside, on the outside that said, "No parents beyond this point." Now, this was right after moving from Toronto, where our first daughter was enrolled in a cooperative daycare center operated by the parents, all of whom had to volunteer weekly in some aspect of the program. I think my husband got floor mopping, as I recall. So you can imagine my surprise at seeing this sign when I was visiting a daycare center. I'm going to come back to that comment later. So my first position, as she's mentioned, on arrival, this was in 1981, an arrival in Jamaica, was as the social worker for the UNICEF project on UWI's campus, then called the Regional Preschool Child Development Center. And I eventually, in '84, took over as head of that unit, which, among other tasks, trained early childhood personnel from around the Caribbean region. And the engagement of parents became a very central part of that training. This unit remains as part of Open Campus regional programs, and some of you do probably know it as the Caribbean Child Development Center now. From the early 90s, I became a part of a group of colleagues. She mentioned Parenting Partners Caribbean. They were all from different agencies, and we were tasked with creating parenting materials to be used in the training like we were doing at CCDC. So in 1993, this group published the first edition of the 2-volume manual, Pathways to Parenting, a Caribbean Approach, which was extensively revised in 2006. Before that, we were heavily reliant in training on a lot of materials from foreign. This group, by now called Parenting Partners Caribbean, has continued to work in this area to this day with a focus that was broadened to include all ages and stages of child development, and which has maintained a strong focus on parent involvement from the start. Now PPC parenting support materials, including some audio visuals, will we hope be published. These are new ones in circulation, we hope, by the end of the year. So we haven't stopped, and we're trying to stay as current as we can on the issues of early childhood and ages beyond. Now, I retired from UWI quite a long time ago, but I've kept my hand in with Parenting Partners as a part-time consultant, and she's mentioned a number of those. And I think she probably mentioned that I was also a committee member of the ECC board for a while on their parenting committee. On a more personal note, I think my most real early childhood credentials, though, are my 6 grandchildren, now ages 20. 2 are almost 18, 1 just turned 15, 1 is 5, and the last one is 18 months. So I'm therefore regularly reminded of both the joys and the challenges of parenting, especially since 4 of those children are next door to me. The other 2 are heading to college soon from Barbados. Now you could, we'll soon switch slides in a minute. So I have been asked, as she mentioned, as Karine mentioned, to share on the topic, getting it right from the start, perspectives on parenting in Jamaica. Of course, that's pretty broad to squish into an hour, but we're going to try. And since I mentioned that I arrived in Jamaica after several years of work abroad in the US and Canada, you can be sure that I've had a long and adventurous learning curve in terms of Jamaican and Caribbean parenting practices in the 40 years I've made this my home and citizenship. I'm going to try to present the perspectives requested by using a framework I was recently provided in a webinar organized by the HOPE National Resource Center of Tufts Medical Center in Boston. I hope some of you caught it. It was only last week, and it really got me energized, I must say, for this presentation. The framework is useful to us because it provides the evidence based on decades of research studies of the key elements that parents and other primary caregivers need to provide to get it right from the start. If some of you did see it, I hope you mentioned that in your chat. The webinar reminded listeners of a major international study often cited from 1998, which detailed the relationship between adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs for short, ACEs for short, and the relationship between ACEs and later risk factors, thank you, for negative outcomes in health and behavior in adult life. I hope, as I say, I hope some of you are familiar with this study. It's now over 20 years old. A 2017 publication of Academic Pediatrics provided a summary diagram of ACEs. I wish I had that diagram. I was able to put that up for you. But it presented ACEs as a tree with many branches and many roots below the ground. Now the tree branches represented the adverse childhood experiences that you see here on the screen. And the roots, we will see shortly. These adverse experiences are, as you see, included, they're not exclusive, but included maternal depression, emotional and sexual abuse, physical and emotional neglect, mental illness, divorce, substance abuse, domestic violence, and homelessness. These are pretty serious adverse childhood experiences. And then on top of that, this article noted adverse community environments. Excuse me, just a moment. Sorry, we've got activities going down downstairs and I hope that's a little more quiet. So next slide, please, because there are another set of ACEs that they describe as the community environments, which also can strongly affect children's development. And these include, as no surprise to any of you, poverty, discrimination, community disruption, lack of opportunity, economic mobility and social capital, poor housing quality and affordability, and violence. Does anybody think we're talking about Jamaica here? For many people, of course we are. Now, those two sets of ACEs, if we use that framework of the two sets of ACEs to think about Jamaica and by extension the Caribbean, we may not have the wealth of research backative of the US, but when we look at this list and we think about the children in our early childhood institutions and the families and neighborhoods from which they come, we know without a doubt that far too many of our children come into the ECIs with multiple ACEs, both ACEs in their home environment and their community environment. And what the research told us is that the more ACEs they experience, the more likely they will be at higher risk of serious health and behavior issues, even early death later in life. So we're forced by reflecting on this study and thinking about Jamaica to wonder if our children are then doomed to these outcomes, these negative outcomes which the ACE surveys have described. Well, the reason I was excited about the webinar last week or the week before is that fortunately, the HOPE National Resource Center, which is located at the Tufts Medical School in Boston, then presented a population study conducted in Wisconsin, US. And that population study set out to flip the narrative. You can change the slide to the fourth one. So, if you will, flipping the narrative meant that they set out to, instead of thinking about the doomed outlook that ACE's study presented, that there was hope to be offered. And that survey in 2015, it was conducted in Wisconsin. They surveyed adults about their own ACEs. They asked them about their ACEs in their childhood, but they also asked them about their positive childhood experiences. And they asked these following questions. These were among, at least, the questions that they asked them. They wanted to know if they felt, as a child, able to talk to their family about their feelings. Did they feel their family stood by them during difficult times? Did they enjoy participating in community traditions? Did they feel a sense of belonging when they were in high school? Did they feel supported by a solid group of friends? Did they have at least two non-parent adults in their lives who took genuine interest in them and cared for them? And did they feel safe and protected by an adult in their home? Next slide. What the PCE study, the PCE meaning positive childhood experiences, what their findings gave us was really good news, because they found that the more PCEs, the higher number of PCEs that the adult reported having had in their childhood, actually mitigated and reduced the negative effects of the ACEs they may have experienced. Now, what does this say to us about Jamaican parenting perspectives? Well, I think the implications are powerful, because the study assures us of the critical importance of preventing child abuse and other forms of adverse childhood experiences, along with the reduction of negative life outcomes, by promoting positive childhood experiences. And of course, we mean that right from the start. Now, I'm just looking at my notes to see. where we change slides again. I don't think we're quite ready. We want to look at again. Oh, I know. I wanted to remind you of that sign that I saw when I first came to Jamaica in the daycare center. No parents beyond this point. Now, I think we've come a long way together from that sign on the daycare center door. And just a couple examples of how far we've come is that the ECC itself includes in its assessment standards for all early childhood institutions the ways in which parents are expected to be engaged in the life of each ECI. Am I correct? And there's a National Parenting Support Commission now, established in 2011, which oversees the work of nearly 200 parent places, most linked to schools and some to early childhood institutions, and others based in the community and operated to be responsive to community needs. And we could name other examples that say we've come far. Now, of course, we have to admit that Jamaica has many children's homes and community and government services which have to deal with the negative outcomes of adversities of childhood. We see the crime statistics, we see the poor health indicators, school dropout numbers, and we're tempted to revisit that doomed scenario of ACEs predicting dire consequences for adulthood. But we are also building the case for prevention by promoting and engaging parents and other primary caregivers as key agents for helping their children, even in difficult circumstances, helping them to build resilience and to feel safe and cared for within their families and communities. The Child Resiliency Project, now part of the Violence Prevention Alliance, is such a model program in this regard and needs the resources to expand into more communities island-wide. I must recognize the work of my colleagues in Parenting Partners Caribbean. You can change to slide 6. It's had a 30 years history in taking a strengths-based approach, which is, I think, in keeping with CPEs, in the development of parenting materials, in videos, manuals, radio scripts, and so on. The strength-based approach implies that we're trying to help master trainers and facilitators work with groups of parents in a wide range of settings on positive parenting supports. Now, the parents are encouraged and supported. Why are we on this slide? I'm sorry, there's a slide previous to that, before children's perspectives. Karine, yes, here, this is the slide. I'm sorry, that must have slipped past. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it sooner. So I just listed a few of the things that help us with you, with others working in the field of parenting, to flip that narrative so that we don't wring our hands over all the negatives and we focus on preventing negative outcomes. And this is to help parents and caregivers get the basics right as early as possible, even from conception. And I've listed a few things that help parents flip that narrative when they participate in the activities of a basic school. All of you, I'm sure, know this. When they attend workshops to strengthen their understanding of developmental needs of their children and their potential. When they learn in a group setting from facilitators and from each other even more, these strategies that can be more effective in dealing with their children's behavior and actions, more effective than harsh words and the strap. And they also, when they help their young children express feelings, explore the world, learn to play fair and make friends, and to feel safe within their home and community. Parents and caregivers are not only strengthening their own resilience, sometimes in very difficult circumstances, but they strengthen the resilience of that of their children. And when we talk about parents and primary caregivers, I'm going to go off on a bit of my own personal tangent. We are not only talking about mothers aunties, and grandmothers. And I hope you all agree with me on that. Fathers, uncles, male neighbors, grandfathers are all critical partners in children's development. These men can of course produce ACEs by being absent, by being abusive to baby mothers and children, and by neglecting their responsibilities. But alternatively, men can and do share in and contribute to all the positive childhood experiences shaping their children's development, whether they live with the children's mothers or not, if they are encouraged and supported to do so. They can also thereby become positive role models for other men. And I just have to say as an aside that Parenting Partners Caribbean has launched in this year, 2022, a project called Affirming Fatherhood. And it is about asserting that men not only must stand up to the plate, but are standing up to the plate and often not recognized for it. So early childhood institutions need to deliberately seek ways to support the participation and resilience building tasks of the children's fathers and other males in their lives. Men have told us in Caribbean studies that they sometimes feel pushed out by the mothers after the relationship breaks down. We all know those stories. Or they withdraw when they cannot support the family financially as is expected. Fatherhood and male role modeling is more than just financial support. It has the same joys and challenges as does motherhood and should be seen as just as essential. Fathers, as well as mothers, grandfathers, as well as grandmothers, can be supported and encouraged to help build positive childhood experiences for their children. Men may need their own workshops and different approaches, but the payoff in the end will not be to their own benefit alone, but to that of their children and of their partners, and I dare say of their communities. Some years ago, I began using a warm-up activity to talk about gender roles in the family. One early group I did this with were early childhood teacher trainees, and they were all women. I asked the group to write down the first word that came to their minds when I said Jamaican mother, Jamaican father, Jamaican girl, and Jamaican boy. I have to tell you, I was quite disturbed to find when I compiled the group's words that the mothers and the girls received mostly positive words and attributes, things like loving, supportive, sacrificing, kind, and so on. But far less so the father, described often as absent or harsh, and the boy, often described as rough or disobedient. There are, of course, long hidden biases and projections that will influence the interactions these newly trained teachers will have with the young boys and girls being shaped under their leadership. I would hope that these stereotypes are being challenged more often than not. Perhaps you can tell me if this is so, or conduct a similar activity to ascertain how pervasive these stereotypes remain, which influence our interactions with both adults and children. Slide 7, please. Wait, I'm sorry. Hello? I can't speak now. Hi, I'm on a Zoom presentation. I'll call you right after. Okay, bye. Parenting Partners Business intrudes. Okay, I especially, no, the one before this, I don't know how the one on children's perspective. Yeah, thank you. I think it's important whenever we can to get the perspectives of children. And some years ago, I think it was probably for a Child Month service at church, like last Sunday, I was asked to make a presentation at the church. So the week before that presentation, I met with the boys and girls in the church's Sunday school, and they range from ages 7 to 17. I asked them if they had to give their mothers and fathers a report card like they get in school, how would they rate them? Well, I tell you, the lively responses were informative, And interestingly, although we can't call this a scientific sample, their comments were well supported by strong local and international research. And they said, in summary, these were a summarized version of what they gave me in their comments. They'd spent far more time talking about relationships than about material things. Sorry, I'm just looking for those pages here. They said the material things weren't as important. They talked more about relationships. Children do expect parents to set limits and to give them chores and to give them curfews as part of helping them develop self-discipline for their own good. But they ask parents to not be harsh, but to be fair. And they would like to be part of discussing those limits and guidelines and setting them with the parents. They want time with their parents. They want time for the parents to listen to them, to talk with them and not at them, to be interested in what's happening in their lives. This helps them to learn to explore and express their ideas and their feelings. Listening without judgment or ridicule makes them feel safe, valued, and wanting to keep sharing with you. Fourthly, they need respect for their individuality. It's tempting, but don't compare them to yourselves or others all the time. Encourage them to develop their own personality and their own skills. This means also respecting their privacy as much as you can while protecting their safety. If you have a close and trusting relationship, you won't need to worry so much whether they're keeping things from you. Which leads to point 5, they want you to trust them. But as we know, sometimes that's hard, and unfortunately, often it's untrustworthiness is learned from other adults. So they can learn best by having trustworthy parents. Parents who keep their word and take care of their child's needs. And 6, give them rewards for positive behavior, not only notice the misbehavior. If they can trust you, it's more likely that you will be able to trust them. And lastly, is there a 7? No, I think, no, that's all right. Go back. We're not ready for the report cards yet, quite. So the whole business about rewards for positive behavior. I just wanted to underline the point that when you show a child, a young child, an older child, that you're pleased with their thoughts and behavior, or that you are interested in how they think about things, the children feel valued, they feel worthy. Unfortunately, the opposite is sadly true. If you're always judging them negatively, they feel devalued, they lose confidence, and sometimes even stop trying. Try ignoring, speaking to parents now, they were saying, try ignoring the negatives for a few days and notice the things that are pleasing, that you can encourage and praise, and see what happens. Try and then what I said to as a postscript to the church congregation the following week, try remembering what gave you the most encouragement when you were young. Punishment or praise and encouragement? I think we all can answer that one honestly. Then, Parenting Partners Caribbean, we can go to slide 8 now, developed parent report cards somewhere along the line in our workshops with parents. And they were meant to be self-reports. We sometimes designed them specific to the content of a particular training, but sometimes they were more general. And if you undertake doing this yourself, you can hit on those topics that you feel are most critical of concern to you with the parents. Now, these are not report cards that they necessarily turn into anybody. They're to keep themselves. They can be designed so that maybe once a month, they go over the report card and see how well they're doing. But the point is they rate themselves, maybe from 1 to 5 on the number of things. This is one particular parent report card that we used in a number of workshops. They're asked to rate such behaviors as instilling self-discipline in their children. You notice it's not disciplining their children, it's instilling self-discipline in their children. They're asked to rate the nature of their communication with their children. How do they talk? Do they talk at or do they talk with? How often do they sit to talk? And how much do they hear what the children have to say? They're asked how and how often they show affection to their children. And here again, I have to say, remember, we're talking to fathers as well as mothers. It's important not only to show affection to each other as partners, but to both men and women to show affection to their children. Appropriate affection, of course, but showing affection and speaking affection. My 18-month-old already can say to his family, "I love you," and he can barely talk because he's been taught and he's been told. How often do parents encourage their children's educational achievement? They can rate themselves on that. And it's encouragement, not how did you get on your test today? Oh, that's not good enough. Encouragement of their achievement. They need to, of course, be involved in the provision of a healthy diet. How well do they think they're doing in that regard? Are they modeling self-respect and trust so that their children can also respect themselves and be trustworthy? Are the caregivers, are the parents keeping their home safe and secure so that all members feel that they are safe when they are home? Do they encourage responsibility and independence in their children? Do they instill moral values? And finally, in this particular report card, how much time and how much quality time are they spending in playtime and family outings, in just sitting together, in reading books, whatever it is. So this is one example of an activity that can aid parents do self-reflection, self-evaluation, and self-improvement if they manage to monitor it over time. So, as I already said, this report card can be suited and varied to your own uses. I think what's important about this kind of exercise with parents is that, and again, I mentioned parents meaning fathers as well, uncles and grandfathers, as well as mothers and aunties and whoever the female caregivers are. Reminders that the range and skill set for giving significant support to children's development is broad. It's not just money, it's not just toys, it's not just putting food on the table, but it's a range of things which we need to examine in ourselves, we need to work on in ourselves. There's never a perfect parent, there's never a perfect father or mother, but to work on improving that because that will strengthen us to strengthen our children. So with that, I am ending my presentation and would welcome. I thank you for attending, for listening. Hope there was clarity, but I hope you also have some inputs, some responses, some things to add, things to question. So I'm open to any and every, as much time as we have left, and I can't see the time, so I have no idea how we're doing. I'll check my phone. Okay.
You are doing great on time, Ms. Brown.
Okay, so I'd be curious to hear from persons whether they have
All right, so just a few comments so far. I have Emma Jane Stevenson saying great presentation. There is a comment here by Shauna Bennett who said that fathers need to get on board more. And you would have highlighted that.
Yes, I'm glad that they did
Yes.
that.
So question in regards to that, how can we get fathers to be more involved?
Okay, that's a question. I can cite what we are struggling with ourselves because we've recognized the need to do that. We're doing a regional series of webinars first, so that there's the first, we've only had one. There's another one it's Saturday, the 28th. Am I correct? Is that a Saturday? There will be one at, I'll send it to the ECC so you can read it if you wish. But it's in the evening, on Saturday evening.
Okay.
And we had at the first one some 50, 60 men, a lot from Jamaica, but from I think 6 or 7 other Caribbean countries. And the idea is to get them to first recognize the positives that they see fathers doing. We're developing visuals that can be used in posters, in promos, in workshop feeds, whatever, that show the loving attention of fathers and doing more than passing the dollars to mom.
Yes.
And we will be developing further materials on some of those, but in their our materials, our curriculum materials do address working with fathers. We have done in the past in regional work. I remember in Dominica, we had a men's group that met separately for, I don't know, maybe half a dozen sessions. And they really enjoyed being by themselves as men and feeling free to talk not only about what they wanted, their aspirations, but where they fell short without women pointing it out to them. But after a while, they wanted the women to join in. They wanted their wives, their partners to come to the meetings and share with them. And we thought that was good. So we encourage separate meetings if they wish, appealing, perhaps with different approaches, after a sports event, at the barber shop, and it can be both informal discussions as well as formal workshops. But like mothers, they need a more sustained initiative. You can't just send out a poster and hope they'll come and then say, well, they're not interested. That's the end of that. It takes some work, it takes encouragement. And men often get a black eye in this area of parenting. And I see Karine is smiling, so she knows that what I'm talking about, that we're very quick, and I found this in research on Caribbean fathers years ago at CCDC. We're quick to talk about the absent father, the cruel father, or the neglectful father, without looking for the positives. And I remember some of that is cultural. Men don't feel they can brag about it with their friends. It's not something, at least not yet, that men, that's changing. Maybe that is changing, but they can feel comfortable talking about, hey, you know how many nappies I changed last week? It's not exactly a bragging point, but there are lots of stories like that. I remember a father whose wife was ill, and he said in a men's group, not in a mixed group, that he had even changed her underwear and her pads and everything when she was sick, because he loved her so much. But he says, I couldn't let my friends know I did that, which is sad, because there's a constraint for some fathers in becoming more involved, particularly if they're in a situation where they don't live with the mother, or the mother has decided that she's moving on to somebody else, or for some reason away from you. So the children still are entitled to their father if he's wanting to be worthy.
Yes, indeed. And I am happy you made mention of reaching them where they are. So, at the bars, at the football clubs, because of the stigma attached, too often we get the response that women are the ones who are supposed to take care of the household. And, we are shifting away slightly from the whole only financial involvement. Right. So these are really great points. I hope that would have answered your question, Miss Grant. And more needs to be done. So we need more exposure. And with that experience, we hope that once it is highlighted, mothers can take that break, knowing that they will have the support of the fathers. So we get them to be more involved. So I have come, and for those fathers who do participate, we have a comment here that says, hats off to those gentlemen, especially the one you would have made mention of supporting his partner by going as far as, changing.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, years of dealing in this area, I probably have lots of stories, but we're trying to get the temperature now of what's happening in 2022. Is there more? I wish I had some of the images to show you. We'll probably be sending out very soon some father-child images, some of them infants, so they'd be quite appropriate for the ECC to use. I'll send you those. I just got them last night. So we're, there's all kinds of ways that we can use the press, use public, public education venues, opportunities, radio. There's a number of activities. There's a project that's being tested in Jamaica soon and in several other countries called Parent Text. Have you ever heard of that? Anybody heard of that? It'll be a phone line link. I don't know if it will go through the MPSC or what, but where a father or a mother or anybody, caregiver, can call a number. They will give some basic information about the age of their children and whatever if they have a specific concern about the child. And then there will be programmed responses. And depending on how the parent replies, there'll be another response. And we don't know how it's going to work. We helped UNICEF work on it to develop both videos and texts so that people who have capacity on their phone for videos might be able to get a little 1-minute video about something. Or if not, they get a text that say, keep encouraging your child to do so-and-so or something. So that's one other thing. And it can be quite anonymous, Men can call in as readily as women. There was a famous social worker in Jamaica who's still alive. She's now ill, but Melrose Radford, who used to have a radio program, I think on RJR, and on parenting issues. People would phone in, and it was evening. It was after 6:37 at night, and she statistically received far more calls from men than women, and it was about parenting. So it shows that the interest, the concern, the need is there, but they have to be met where they are available and where they feel comfortable.
Definitely. So we see that there is a shift, slight shift, but it is happening. Yes. So it's just that we need it to be a bit more to a wider scale, but in time. In time, I do believe we will get there.
We have to be creative in our approaches and not just yap at people like I've been doing for this morning.
And might I say, persons are saying how they have enjoyed your presentation because it feels so warm how you presented the topic. Yes.
Well, I feel
so you're talking to us. So it wasn't a presentation, but you are talking to us. So that was like,
it could have been. I know that the numbers are huge. I don't even understand how all this works with all your big numbers, but When you are back in your settings, make sure you have small interactive groups so that parents can learn from each other. I think that's one of the most important things that I've learned through our work with parenting partners, is that lectures can only go so far. Information sheets can only go so far. You need to talk with people who've been through some of the same things you're going through. Facilitators help that process, and it takes a skill to do that well. But really, parents need to hear from each other, support each other, and learn from each other. And all of you are going to go do that now. And use these positive perspectives to both engage men and women in supporting our most precious commodity.
Definitely. And we have our parent places, which would have started doing that. And then we hope that this will be expanded in due order. So thank you.
How many parent places does ECC have? That's my question.
So we currently have 74 parent places across 74 across Jamaica. Yes.
Fabulous. All linked to early childhood institutions.
Yes, they are.
That's wonderful.
Yes, they are. So we're starting somewhere, and then we hope to expand, and eventually we can reach all ECIs.
Great. Great.
All right. So
you're the best. What's the next topic?
All right. So we are going to take a break at this time, and then we would have commenced with our next topic at 1 p.m. this afternoon on the topic using resources in the home to engage the whole child. But Ms. Brown, I want to thank you so much for your presentation, for enlightening us on the different perspectives in which we can engage our children. And, you know, changing the narrative, as you would have mentioned, and you would have also highlighted some of those issues affecting our children, those adverse childhood effects. So we now know what are the barriers to parenting. And when we see something happening, it's more than just the surface. So we have to look into it. What is affecting the parenting as they go along? So we want to thank you for this. Thank you so much for your presentation. I also want to thank our participants for sharing with us in this presentation. And at this time, we will go to a break until bye.
Good day and welcome to ECC Connects, where we connect over everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be talking about learning centers. We'll be looking at the Art and Sensory Center, what it is, what children learn from visiting the Art and Sensory Center, the types of materials for the center, and then we'll leave you with some tips. So Art and Sensory Play looks specifically at activities that fosters a child's sense of smell, touch, sight, hearing, and did I miss anything? And taste. So by providing these sensory play activities, children begin to naturally learn to explore, investigate, and be creative. So when I say we're getting ready to play in the Art and Sensory Center, what really comes to mind? 1, we're going to be using our senses, and 2, we're getting ready to get really messy. This means children are self-directed, right? 1, they are self-centered around that activity that they're going to be exploring, and we really encourage their development through exploring the material as well as appealing to a child's learning style. That's all happening once we prepare to go into the Art and Sensory Center. When we begin to look at the art materials for our Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that it's about the process and not the product. So we have to ensure that we have materials that are open-ended, that supports creativity that are meaningful to the creations for the child. And also, we want to keep in mind that they're in charge of the process and the materials that they use. So they have to be able to select what they're using, because keep in mind, once they decide on what they want to create and what they want to develop, they're going to be focused and they're going to be on task. Now, when we look at the sensory materials, it's all about the 5 senses. So we know that it's going, again, to be messy. It's going to be something that we have to be hands-on about. They have to have the material at hand, and they have to be free to explore the material. So this particular center, you have to keep in mind, we want it near a sink or near a bathroom so that a child would have access directly to begin cleaning themselves up in this particular center. This is a very popular center, as you know, so we have to keep in mind the number of children within the center, the materials available, and we have to keep replenishing material. Consumable materials is what we call it, and then from there, observe and let the children create. Here we have our Art and Sensory Center, and I want you to keep in mind that not every center looks the same. All centers are different. It all depends on the size of the classroom and the material that you have at hand. So within my center here that I've set up, I have an art easel, and I have paints, and I also have paintbrushes and paint cups. So we know that the easel, it's a time to really explore and get messy. So we have to ensure that the children have access to paint. So every day we should be setting up the paint cups. So at the easel, I do have paint. A child might be able to squeeze the paint into the paint cup depending on the color that they might want to work with to begin the process. But through modeling, through practice, we'll be able to set this center up along with the child so that they're able to freely move about with the paint, the paintbrushes, the cups, and of course the paper that we would have to affix to the easel. We also have labeled the paint bottles so that children are aware as to where things are to be returned to. So everything in all of our centers should be labeled with a picture and of course the word. If it's a BBC, it's going to be just a photograph of the item itself. But because we're looking at our 3-plus-year-old children, we want pictures and words within the Learning Center. Now we're going to take a closer look at what is on the shelf itself. As you can see, I have contained everything. Okay, so now we're going to look a little bit closely at what is on the Art and Sensory shelf. Again, everything must be contained, and not all containers can look alike. So this is a good time for us to collect containers, recyclable pieces that we can use to corral our art and sensory materials. For me, I have contained everything here. I do have a shoebox at the bottom, but as you can see, my containers are labeled with the item and the word so that a child, if they need to take the container off of the shelf, they know exactly where to return it to. So I have a container with books. And it's important that we have books in as many learning centers as possible that relate directly to that learning center. So within that container, I have a book about Harold and his purple crayon and where he takes his crayon. I have mouse paint that looks at mice that mix colors together. And I also have a book about museums and art museums. So those are the books that I have displayed. So a child at any time might be able to look at a book before they begin their activity or after. Next to that, we have in the middle, we have a caddy with 3 different compartments. So I've taken the opportunity to fill the caddy with scissors, colored tape, and popsicle sticks. And again, the container is labeled and the shelf is labeled. So a child, again, can take that container to a table and return it and know exactly where to put the tape, the scissors, and the popsicle sticks based on the photograph. So that helps with cleanup. It helps with self-direction. It helps with just learning that life skill of we clean up after ourselves within our classrooms and at home throughout the day. Next to that, I have another caddy that's filled with sensory materials. I have pom-poms, I have glitter shapes, and I have, what do you call that? Felt. And those are pipe cleaners. So a child can use their imagination, take that pipe cleaner, form it into any shape, glue it, cut it, whatever their heart's desire. Again, with the pom-poms, they can glue, they can create, and with the glitter itself, with the confetti, they could also glue, they can put them in bottles and make sensory bottles. So their imagination, we're there to foster their imagination and to allow them to create while they're in the Art and Sensory Center. On the second shelf, I have a container for glue, I have a container for markers, and I have a container for crayons. Very clearly outlined for a child to be able to know what item is on the shelf, where to go, how to remove it, and how to put it back after they're all done. Because remember, there are other children that are going to be using the same center. So we want to keep the center as organized as possible. And then on the bottom shelf, I have a container for paper. Very important. This is something that we have to keep filled at all times because we have children at the easel and they might want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sheets of paper because you never know. An artist, you make one stroke and that's it. You have to start all over again. So we have to ensure that we have ample paper for all children, not only at the easel, but for those that want to glue, cut, color. And then I have a sensory box, my black box, and that's a shoe box that I would have saved, and I filled it with shredded paper. Again, at no cost, the shoe box and the shredded paper. And within that, my sensory box, what I put into the box are seashells and stones and different things out in nature that I think the children might be able to use depending on their interest. Now keep in mind that this is something that I would change on a regular basis because you want to keep children going back to centers. You want them to be able to say, yeah, I want to go to Art and Sensory because I don't know, Miss might have something in there in that sensory box that I want to know what's in there today. And once they pull the sensory box, you evoke conversation. From that box, what can they do with the items in the box? They're feeling, they're touching, they're looking, they're smelling. But then they might want to be able to do something else with the items within the box. So these are just the items that I have in my Art and Sensory table for today, but there's a host of items that you can have in that particular center. So we talked about the crayons, we talked about the markers. I know many of you have colored pencils. We talked about the paint. And remember my paint cups. I don't have paint cups, I just have regular cups that I'm using and I'm reusing to fill my paint with. Also my paint brushes. I did not show you Play-Doh and clay and molding clay because guess what? There's no space on my shelf for that today, but that is something else that we normally have in this particular learning center. We talked about the collage and craft materials. So I have craft sticks, you could have feathers, we have the pipe cleaners, yarn. I know many of you use yarn within this particular center as well as glitter sometimes. Stencils, we have the pom-poms, felt sheets. Oh, I have some of those, but I didn't have room on my shelf. But guess what? I can bring that out next week possibly. Or if there's a group of children working at the table, I might say to them, hey, I have some felt sheets. Do you want to feel them? Do you want to possibly use them with what you're doing and creating? And they might say yes. So you might have to run and go get that felt sheet just to bring that added layer to the experience for them. So we're scaffolding as we go through the activity itself. Beads, we might have beads that we want to give children to be able to use and manipulate. We might have different types of textures. What about stamps and a stamp pad? You know, this is great for shapes and letters and numbers and different types of images. So getting that stamp pad, having them stamp and then stamping their paper. We talked about the tape. I love the colored tape. This is also great for them to rip. So they're using their fine motor skills to rip the tape, to create what they want on their paper. And also you might have a child that might say to you, can they hang their artwork on the wall with using that same piece of tape? And that is also something that we have to keep in mind as we go through the learning centers. Trays, it's really great to have a tray because it can contain what a child is working on. For example, if you have shaving cream and you want to drop food coloring in that shaving cream, it's good to be able to have a tray to place that shaving cream on. Many of us, after the artwork is painted, we have to hang it somewhere. And I've seen many drying racks. I've seen clotheslines in the classroom where you use a clothespin to hang the art. Beautiful, continue to do that. We have our glue and our scissors, aprons. Oh my goodness, it's good to have an apron because we know we're going to get messy. Being messy is fun when we go into the Art and Sensory Center. So an apron could be an old t-shirt, an oversized t-shirt, right? A parent can bring in an old shirt, something that can really protect the uniform or whatever that child might be wearing for that particular day. Bins are very important. Sometimes when we buy a product, it comes in a nice container or box. Hold on to those containers and boxes and bring them into your classroom, recycle them, because when the items are contained and labeled, it's easy on the eye. It's easy for a child to say, wait a minute, this is at my eye level. I know exactly what's in that container and I know exactly where to put it back. So we're teaching children that this is their classroom. These are their materials. We're just there to facilitate and ensure that we're ready for them to begin learning. And then from there, you have funnels, you can add measuring cups and bowls, you can add tweezers. Actually, I put my tweezers in my Science and Nature Center because I didn't have enough materials. So we have to sometimes borrow and rearrange because you might have a center that's not as popular, but when you remove an item from a popular center, and then you might say, okay, Michelle, guess what? The tweezers are in the Science and Nature Center this week. So I know you love working with those tweezers, so I want you to try and go into Science and Nature and work with those tweezers today. And that's about it. So if you have any other ideas as to what else we can put into our Art and Sensory Center, I would love to hear from you. So please drop me a comment or a question and let's work on together ensuring that our Art and Sensory Center is ready for play each and every day. In terms of the Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that safety is the most important. So when we look at the materials that we have in the center, we have to ensure that we teach our children how to use the materials before they actually begin using them. So circle time is my favorite time of the day, where you not only talk about what you have planned, but there might be some situations that you really need to discuss with the children for them to be able to understand the rationale, to be able to practice using whatever material you might have in place. So safety is quite important when we're looking not only at Art and Sensory, but all 5 of our learning centers. We talked a lot about the labeling today. And I know that many of you are already labeling your centers. I just want to encourage as many of us to continue that process with the picture and the word along with the material and the items on the shelves. Also, use child-safe equipment that is free of sharp edges or other types of hazards. So no matter what, child-sized scissors and other materials must be in the classroom. One and only, the tip that I love is to ensure that when you're designing your classroom, when you're laying out your classroom, this is just a reminder that the messy centers really should be near a bathroom or a sink so that that child doesn't have too far to go to carry, to wash, to clean whatever material or their hands at hand. So I want to thank you for joining me today, and I look forward to our next ECC Connects. I'd like to hear from you, so please comment, ask questions, share with me your best practices, because that's how we learn from each other. And until next time, remember, play matters.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, Now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app Now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you would have enjoyed that break, whether or not you got the opportunity to stretch a while or enjoy your lunch. All right, so now we will be zoning in on using resources in the home to engage the whole child. And this presentation will be done by Miss Sasha Gay Wright. Sasha Gay Wright grew up in the community of Highgate in the parish of St. Mary. She attended St. Mary High School for 7 years under a full government scholarship. She matriculated to the University of the West Indies, Mona in 2009 to pursue a degree in biochemistry. She would have benefited from 2 scholarships, namely the Michael Family of St. Mary and the NCB Foundation Scholarship. In 2011, she was elected to serve on the Guild Council as a faculty representative of the then Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences. In this capacity, she was engaged in several fundraising activities, the proceeds of which were donated in the form of scholarships for students. Upon the passing of her father, who suffered from cancer in 2012, Ms. Wright decided to enroll in the MPhil PhD program, focusing on prostate cancer research. Due to her country roots, Sasha Gay has centered her MPhil PhD research around natural products, more specifically the Jamaican roundy leaf yellow yam, under the supervision of her principal investigator, Professor Asemoto, and urologist Dr. William Aiken. Through this work, she has visited and collaborated with several international labs, including Roosevelt University in Chicago, the Southern University, and State University of New York. Ms. Wright has since to date phytochemically screened the yam aforementioned, assessed its anti-cancer effects, and both early and advanced stages of prostate cancer, as well as invasive breast cancer cell lines. In addition to deciphering a possible mechanism of action for the active ingredients, Sasha Gay is currently appointed as lecturer and head of program in the Faculty of Engineering, where she will conduct further investigations in green nanotechnology and drug targeting therapy. The goal of this presentation is to guide parents in the use of their environment as a stage for their children's development. Engaging children at home does not have to be an elaborate, expensive venture, but utilizing what is available and at their disposal, for example, trashables, off-ground clothing, bottle caps, among other items. So, participants, at this time, I'll ask you to engage us in the chat with your comments or questions, any concerns that you may have as the workshop proceeds. And I will now turn over to you, Ms. Wright. Let's get started.
All right. Hi, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the Early Childhood Commission for inviting me to participate. So yes, I'm a scientist by profession, but I'm a mommy, and I love to engage my son in various activities, just to, get him involved at home. And so I'd like to just share a few of the ideas and the things that we've been doing together. Now, let me begin. I'm hoping you can see my, all right. So using resources in the home to engage the whole child. Engaging the whole child doesn't mean just physical activities as you see here, but it also means stuff that will help your child in child's brain development. So for example, helping your child to develop their problem-solving skills, higher level thinking, topic-specific knowledge, helping them to concentrate. All right.
Miss Wright?
Yes.
Just a moment, please. Your slides are not in presentation mode.
Oh, I'm so sorry. All right, give me 2 seconds and let me just fix that right away. Okay. We should be good. Let me start the presentation now. Let me just stop sharing. All right, so we should be good. Share screen. Stop to. All right, we should be good now. We're okay now?
Yes, we are. Perfect.
Awesome. I'm sorry about that. Yes, so, engaging your child's mind, just like I said, just to reiterate, helps them with their problem-solving skills, their higher level thinking, their topic-specific knowledge will increase, as well as their concentration. And that sounds, so complicated sometimes, but we can use simple things in the home like paper towels and fudge sticks and markers and your simple plates and cups and water and food coloring to do these things. Now, my son is now 6 years old, but I'm going to demonstrate a few projects that you can do with your child from even as young as 2 years old. So here's a short video of one of the projects that you can do. It's developing puzzle pieces at home. What we did in this video, we used 2 pieces of fudge sticks, created a design on them using a marker, and then had the child organize them herself. And this baby's 2 years old, and she was able to pick out which one matched. And again, these are puzzle pieces, so they help your child with higher level thinking, as simple as it seems, right? Being able to pick out the different colors. You can help your child to figure out what colors are. So you can incorporate that as well by naming the colors, naming the shapes, and then having them put them together. We can also use an activity like this to even draw an entire picture using probably 4 fudge sticks, and then having the child, and this is for probably an older child, like about 4 years old, to put the pieces together to make the picture. It's a fun activity for both parent and child as well. Now for my next activity, this one is showing the child how water is able to move and absorb through paper. So like I said, I am a scientist, so some of my experiments do incorporate the sciences as well, and it incorporates them in a fun way. So for this experiment, this activity, you would need food coloring, cups with water, and paper towel. And I'll show the video now.
one was pretty short, but yes, it pretty much shows or demonstrate to kids, maybe at a little higher level, probably 5 or 4 to 5 years old, to show kids how water is able to be absorbed onto paper and how water is able to move and be absorbed in the paper. So the color just makes it a lot more fun. And because, you know, babies are very visual, it helps them to see exactly how the water works. Now, I did do this with my 6-year-old, but the 2-year-old, my 2-year-old cousin, she was finding this very fun as well, because just using the colors in the water, it's really awesome. So even for younger children, this is a fun experiment. Just coloring water. You can even go as far as to use this color water to paint. I know that can be a bit messy, so it can go outside for an activity like this, having the colored water and then throwing it on paper to make the design. All right. Now for the next one, and all of these incorporated paper towels and water. Now for this one, we were doing math at home. So I know sometimes as parents, we have to help with homework. Well, not sometimes, but all the times, but helping them with homework and helping them with math. And I find also that sometimes our kids will shy away from the math. Oh, math is difficult and math is not fun, but we can use things in the home to help with math for our kids. So for this one, I was teaching my son how to add. And so he would use different objects and add, but then he would use this experiment to find out the answer. All right, so just to demonstrate a little bit, I'll play the video. So again, this one was just checking for answers, right? So the child would do the math homework, would do the addition, can work for subtraction as well, division, whatever. And then once they've completed their activity, completed counting their objects, they use this activity to check for the answers. So it gets a bit of excitement involved, getting them excited about what the answer might be. It seems somewhat magical as well. And so this actually got him very, very excited about his addition. So it's not just some dreary on the paper doing additions all the time, but it actually gets them excited about figuring out the answer. So like I said, I've been incorporating some science experiments, but I've done that before for math and for teaching them about water. But you can actually use our setups at home for our science experiments, stuff that kids will find will help them to find science interesting and fun. So simple things that we can use to set up a nice science experiment at home, things you'll find in your kitchen. So your vinegar and your baking soda, and you can also incorporate plastic bottles as well as a balloon in this particular experiment. So what we're doing is reacting vinegar and baking soda. And when you do react those two, it gives off carbon dioxide, which is a gas. Now this can be a complicated explanation for a higher level child, for example, probably grades 3, 4, or 5. However, we don't have to explain the chemistry behind it. It can just be a really fun experiment for even a 3-year-old to see. So I'm going to show you the video and then do a short explanation afterwards. So for this one, what we were doing, again, we put the vinegar in the bottle, and then we just made a funnel using paper and put some of the baking powder in the unblown balloon. And then we place the balloon securely over the bottle, and then allowed the baking soda to come out of the balloon and into the bottle with the vinegar. Now this reaction, it releases carbon dioxide, which is a gas, and it's able to inflate the balloon. So again, the science behind it is really interesting for probably a grade 4 or 5 or 6 year student. However, for just a child, it's really a fun experiment to see. It seems a bit magical as well. All right, so this one was the more scientific one that we did. Again, so things that you can find in your house, and it gets them engaged, it gets them doing activities, not just staring at the TV, and gets them excited about science. Now, for a few of the things that we do as well at home is to help the children to express their feelings and express, emotions. So I have used charts. You can use a chart like this. You can use paper and marker and a simple thumbtack to help your child to express their feelings. So what I did was I printed out a paper with all of the different emotions. And, sometimes during the day, I'll ask my son how he feels and I want him to point on it. And this really helped me, especially with him being hungry, because he tends to not want to eat. But, it's exciting to point on the hungry sign, or to point on the excited sign, or to point on, and trust me, we've been at the board side as well. But yes, this helps them with, expressing their feelings. And it's an interesting way to do that. Another good use of charts at home is to tell the day and the weather. So for this one, all you need is paper, and you can get sticky tape and some clothespins. For my specific case, my son had an issue telling what yesterday was versus what tomorrow is. So yes, he's able to say, okay, today is Monday, but it's kind of it was kind of challenging for him to say what yesterday was. So using clothespins that you have at home and some tape and some paper, you can make a chart like this. It helps them to, one, with motor skills, because they have to pin on the clothespin on the specific day. It helps them with spelling. It helps them with figuring out what day is tomorrow, what day was yesterday, what day today is. And for this one, I also incorporated the weather. So we had a bunch of sticky tapes to say, okay, there's one for sunny, partly cloudy, rainy. And so he was able to paste these on. And actually, this really did help him to figure out, okay, if today's Tuesday, yesterday was Monday, and tomorrow is Wednesday. So this is something you can do at home to help your babies with this one. Now, we have been talking about activities for the mind and helping to develop that, but we do also know the importance of physical activities. It helps with your muscular fitness, your heart and lung health, bone strength, helping your child to have a healthy weight. And the most common thing that comes to mind is going outside, kicking a ball around, which is really awesome. Throwing a ball, catching a ball, all of this is really helpful. So all kinds of sport, just running a race with your child outside will help as well, skipping. But there are also activities that you can do in the house, on rainy days and such. And resources that you'll need: thread, tape, cardboard, paint. And I'll show you a few activities that we can use using these resources. First video. All right, so that one was making an obstacle course inside, right? Be super active. Now, as you can see in this video, my son touched every wire, so he would have detonated the bomb long time. But yes, simple. You can use cord if you want to and tape them on the wall. You can use thread. I think in this one I had used embroidery thread to just paste some lines and have them create their little obstacle course and do it during the day. Now, this is fun for all ages, from they can walk, they find this interesting. And so this is one of the activities that we use to, keep physically moving even when we're inside on a rainy day. Now, another one that I'm showing, this one is using cardboard and paint. So physical activity, taking your child on a walk, a stroll, just walking around the house, doesn't have to be far, and having a board and having them match the different colors on the board. So I'm going to show you the video and then do a quick talk.
Come on a journey with Thomas and friends all around the world.
All right, so for this one, like I said, we have our nature board. You can have your child and we didn't have a paintbrush at this, and you saw us using a makeup sponge. So yeah, have a piece of sponge if you don't have a paintbrush and paint on, or you can use markers or crayons and color the board and have your child or children take things that they find outside and match up with the colors. So as you can see, this will definitely help with color association. It will help with, so for this one, I actually was trying to teach him different colors in different languages. So that helped as well, the connection of the physical activity to stuff that you actually want to teach them. All right. And so, yeah, I really enjoy just doing activities at home using the things that we have. You can use these activities. You can switch and turn them around in any way that you want, that you think would benefit your child. And one, it helps you to have a great relationship with them. It helps them to develop, like I mentioned, just to reiterate, concentration, because this takes concentration, and it does help to incorporate what they're learning at school with stuff at home, right? And so that is the end of my presentation today. As a devout Christian, I always finish my presentations with a little verse, and I think this one is an excellent one. It says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. And that's from Proverbs 22, verse 6. I do know there's a YouTube stream, so I would take any questions that come up at this time. Thank you. So handing over back to you, Karine.
Yes, thank you so much for that. So at this time, we are just going to give the YouTubers a little time to ask their questions. We have a slight delay, Miss Wright. So just a little time to see if there are any questions. Do we have any questions for Miss Wright at this time? All right, so for me, I must say I love the creative ideas. I love the experimenting, and I would have just learned something, a new way to use fudge sticks. Because, we would have often used the fudge sticks to make houses or different shapes, but now puzzles. I mean, I never thought about that one. And it's really good and it's really fun, because then these are items that the children identify with. So I really, really like that idea. Also, when you look at the math paper towel trick, I call it a trick because I don't know if anybody else like me, but math is a problem for me. But when we can use these and we drop it in the water, we know that children nowadays, well, probably the children around me, they love water. Yes. So this is a great way of exploring how exactly they can use these items. All right, so Ms. Grant says that this was great and it encourages bonding in an exciting way, right? Because I look at the Mission Impossible.
But yeah, he's getting there. He's getting there.
Yes. So, we make learning fun. And we're engaging, as the topic would have said, we are engaging the whole child.
Yes.
So in every aspect, and you would have mentioned the building of the muscles. So it involves so much. It is a whole lot. So Shemi Shamones is very interactive. She's big on stream. So another experimental scientist here. And our son uses cardboard boxes as his manipulatives. Right.
Yes.
So we have different things coming out. Ethel Reed would have said creative presentations. I don't know if anybody have any question, but there are lots of comments as I am seeing now.
I appreciate that.
Yes, so it was very informative and interactive, said by PJ Scott. And then there is so much happening, and then we can be scientists in our own rights because it's about having fun.
Yes.
So it's not a means of, am I doing it correctly? I'm having fun. I looked at the baking soda and the balloon, and I'm like, I wonder if you're going to pop. You know? But then that's the exciting thing about it. So what is happening and the results, what exactly are we going to expect in a case such as this? But it's a whole lot that we would have learned, and we know that our children learn so much. And then these activities can actually determine what our children may want to become in the future. And I see a comment here by Althea. She says our son would enjoy the science experiment because he wants to be a scientist. But who to know, any of these activities, you're playing with bottle caps, or we're using the clothespins, identifying dates. You could use it also to identify emotions. And we would have learned so much from this about our children in terms of what they like or what they dislike. I would have mentioned that item where it tells you when your son is hungry because he doesn't like to eat.
Yes. So it doesn't
right? Communication.
Say yes. Helps with communication.
Yes. So that is really good. I have a question here from Miss Todd. She's asking if there is a website that they can explore to get more of these ideas.
Okay, so some of them I created myself, but it's always a good idea. You could Google stuff, you could look it up on Pinterest, and just make a few changes, to make it more yours. All right, and based on what your child may be struggling with. So, for example, with the math and the paper towel, I saw that online with revealing like a picture, but I say, you know what, this could actually help him with the math. So look at it. Pinterest is a great source to finding these activities, and then you can just, tweak it to fit you and your child.
And that is so true, because then based on our culture and based on what is happening within the classroom, we can definitely make it more adaptable to what is happening with our children today.
Indeed, indeed.
Yes. All right, let me see. Georgia Henry said that she was late, but then our daughter is autistic.
So I think the chart even help her, depending on the type of autism, the charts will help with the communication,
Okay. So Miss Henry, if you would have mentioned that your child is autistic, and Ms. Wright would have mentioned earlier that it's basically just searching. You can use Google, you can use Pinterest for different activities to help with that. And in terms of communication, anything else you could recommend as to what exactly could assist with communication, Ms. Wright?
Okay, so yes, definitely the charts, as well as giving the child the option to draw, having them with their, because I know some form of autism, there's communication issues. So, having them have a keypad that they can, a notepad that they can constantly draw, express themselves. I've seen some persons using an app, so like with an iPad, that will actually voice out different commands, right? But I mean, just for at-home purposes and something that simple, a nice notepad would really help with the communication, as well as those charts with the feelings and the pictures of the feelings.
Awesome. I love that. And especially the one with the feelings, because I have an autistic nephew, and for him to communicate in his feelings has been a challenge. So I love that chart in relation to feelings.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, most kids, I think even adults, sometimes we have problems with our feelings.
Yes. And sometimes we may not be ready. We don't want to readily say what these feelings are, but if you can point to the chart, or at least bring your clothespin there and let persons know that, hey, this is what is happening now, so they can decide to stay away or to approach you. So I definitely like that one. And Shemme is saying that you talk through constructing or talk through while constructing. So I guess we get the child involved in the process.
Yes, yes. So most of these activities we would have started by building them together. You know, okay, well, we're going to mix this color with the water. It really helps, especially at the with the younger age children. That's a great point.
Awesome. All right. So Miss Henry with the autistic daughter, she says that she loves mathematics, but she hates writing. She will give answers, but hates to write, especially language arts and integrated studies. What can I do to help her in that area?
Okay. Well, again, I would suggest, because you know, most of these activities, getting involved and you making it, you know, not as mundane. So for example, you did say she liked math, but telling a story might be a problem. You know, reading and doing voices and making puppets with reading as well. It makes it a bit more physical as opposed to just, okay, I'm going to sit and write, and it just seems a bit boring. But yes, making little, you can use your paper bags to make little puppets, and at story time she could have a puppet, you could have a puppet, and each one takes turn, you know, doing the different characters in the book. So just moving from just reading as a mundane task to actual physical activity. I find that tends to get a lot of kids more interested in the reading as such.
And I love that. So we're making it a bit more fun, and we're definitely going more into the creative aspect. So puppets, how can you actually use these items to make reading fun? And there are so many things that we can do and so many things that we can explore, which you would have mentioned earlier. So Ms. Wright, I want to thank you so much for this very interesting, creative, insightful presentation. And it was done in time and on point, and we would have learned so much. And we now are being empowered to go be scientists. So we are experimenting with our children, and we are making learning fun, and that is exactly what you want to do. So it's child-centered, it's family-centered, and we'll definitely get the results that we need. And also to our participants, thank you so much for sharing with us and for being a part of these sessions and for engaging us in these activities. So at this time, we are going to take a break and move into our mini movers. So we just came back from lunch, but then we have been sitting for a while and we have 2 more workshops to go. So we're just going to ask you to get up and stretch a little with us as we turn over to our mini movers. Thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome to Mini Little Movers. I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas and the bedroom, because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now. Thank you all for joining me today for Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is. Let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty of water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Little Movers. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love,
And we are back. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you were able to move along with Millie's little movers just now, just stretching out those muscles. I did get to work out my upper body. Couldn't do much from here, but at least we got a little bit active. Now, to commence our second session for this afternoon, I have with me a very lovely lady, Mrs. Keisha Taylor Glanville, and she will be presenting on the topic, the homeschool team, an emphasis on a parent involvement. Now, just to share with you a little bit about our presenter for this afternoon. Now, Mrs. Glanville is an experienced NYS licensed master social worker with a demonstrated history of working in nonprofit organizational management. She is skilled in case management, addictions counseling, care coordination services, negotiations, advocacy, individual and group counseling, as well as crisis intervention management. Mrs. Taylor has vast experience working in the field of education, where she served in the capacities of literacy specialist, English language literacy teacher, head of the English language department, as well as grade supervisor at a prominent high school in Kingston. Mrs. Glanville's educational background includes a diploma in education with honors in literacy studies from the Monique College, a Bachelor of Arts first class honors in language communication and society. In language communications and society from the University of West Indies, Mona, and a master's in the field of social work with the concentration in substance abuse and mental health from Adelphi University. Our experience in the field of social work includes work in areas of domestic violence, substance abuse, and mental health. Currently, Mrs. Glanville is a program director at one of New York City's largest nonprofit agency, where she manages 6 residential programs that provide housing to individuals diagnosed with serious mental health illness. Mrs. Glanville is committed to using our platform to advocate for ostracized, stereotyped, marginalized, and the oppressed. She is passionate about the field of education and believes it is the vehicle that transforms lives, creates opportunities, and bridges gaps. She is a firm believer of Marcus Garvey's "Never forget the intelligence rules the world and ignorance carries the burden," and Nelson Mandela's "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Now, ladies and gentlemen, schools alone cannot address all of a child's developmental needs. Children learn best when parents, teachers, and other family and community members work together to encourage and support them. How can the partnership be developed and maintained to support and encourage children? We will find out as we look at the homeschool team. Over to you, Mrs. Glanville.
Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon, Ms. Francis. Thank you so very much. So it's an absolute pleasure to be sharing on this platform this afternoon. Before I jump into my presentation, let me just say, although I'm not currently actively practicing in the classroom, hold on, let me see if I can wait until that siren passes. Forgive me, folks, the sounds of New York. So as I was saying, although I'm not currently actively practicing in the classroom, I still consider myself to be an educator. I subscribe to the belief that once an educator, always an educator. As mentioned by Ms. Francis, I am extremely passionate about the field of education, and I'm always amenable to any opportunity to showcase this passion. I place a lot of value on education because I strongly believe that it is a tool that breaks barriers, it creates opportunities, and it levels the playing field to a certain extent. It also bridges the divide. So I always try to advocate for education whenever I get the chance. So without further ado, let us jump into today's topic, which is the home school team and an emphasis on parental involvement. And I'm going to be sharing my screen. So just bear with me. Can you confirm if you're seeing the screen?
Yes, I am.
Well, let me try to get it on the slideshow. Okay, so when we hear about the home school team, what comes to mind? For me, the homeschool team is the coming together of the home and the school. It's a unification towards the accomplishment of common goal. And the common goal would be educating and developing our young children, our young minds. The homeschool team refers to families and schools developing relationships and being collaborative partners. It's a joint entity working together for what we could call, working together for the common good. I strongly believe that the equal involvement of all stakeholders in building our education system is extremely crucial. We all play an integral role in educating our nation's children. The roles, the contributions, the assignments, they may look different, but please understand that they are equally valuable. They are equally important. Let's just say the school needs the home and the home needs the school. They are each other's lifeline. And when a lifeline is removed, we definitely know what happens. So when you hear the words, or when you hear the phrase homeschool team, what comes to mind? There are a certain number of words that come to mind for me. And they are, I'm not sure what's going on here, sorry. All right, so it's effective communication. I think of collaboration, I think of mutual respect, I think of interdependence, fusion, and of working towards common goals and objectives. When we talk about effective communication, we're talking about clear communication. We're talking about it's how the message is being sent, it's how it is received, it is how it is processed, it is the feedback, it is the channel that it opens. It has to do with the method being used, as well as the nonverbal cues that accompany those written messages. And when I say nonverbal cues, I'm talking about the body language, the stance that a person takes. The next word, collaboration. When we hear that word, for me, it means coming together. It means the amalgamation of ideas. It means taking equal responsibility for the outcomes of whatever tasks, whatever projects are collaborated on. Therefore, if if an initiative is successful, we will take equal responsibility. And if the outcome is not as successful as we would like it to be, then the school and the home will also take equal responsibility. I think of the word interdependence, as I mentioned before. And when it comes on to interdependence, we're talking about the dependency of the home and the school and vice versa, which means each setting is the other's scaffold. So each is building and supporting each other. We're talking about fusion, the joining together of two separate entities to become one. So it's a joining together of the home and the school to form a stronger unit, a stronger entity. And of course, working towards the common goals and objectives, that is self-explanatory. Now, I asked the question, and I know that this may sound a bit cliche, but the question is often asked, is home really the first school? And I say a resounding yes. Home is the place where children begin their physical, their mental, and their emotional growth. That's where they learn basic mannerisms. They learn how to problem solve. They learn how to deal with conflict. That's where the actions are adapted and are embraced and are demonstrated when they go out in the wider society. Children begin learning at home long before they ever reach the classroom. So what I can say is that parents do play a critical role in supporting early childhood learning and school readiness. We also need to understand that children are taught by parents advertently and inadvertently. I know there are multiple times that as parents, we may say something that we did not realize that our child grasped. Until a couple of days later, you may hear them repeating what was said. Because at that age, at the early childhood age, they are perfect copycats. So we have to be very mindful when we're in the home. So kids in their formative years, they learn by watching and mimicking their parents. They're also highly sensitized to how parents react in certain situations. So they watch what mommy does and then they do what mommy does. They listen to the language that is used and then they repeat that language that they use. So they continuously mimic these actions. So of course, I really believe that the home is the first school. Next question. Are parents really the first teachers? Another resounding yes. Parents serve as the teachers, the first teachers of their kids during their early years. It is often said that learning takes place from the gestational period. So from a person conceives, they're encouraged to read to their child, they're encouraged to sing to their child and to be very careful and mindful of what they put in their bodies, of how they respond, of how they react to certain situations. Because at that point, we have started teaching our children without some of us even knowing. Parents help to develop secure attachment. They trigger those first learning skills. And as I mentioned before, they learn by imitation. So they mimic everything mommy does and everything that daddy does. The responsibility of parental teaching, it doesn't end when a child starts going to school. So there are times that parents may drop a child off and they think, okay, that is where my responsibility ends. We see recently with COVID and with the remote work and the remote learning. And one of the cries of parents was that, listen, you folks, you kids need to go back to your teachers. So what we need for parents to understand is that the teaching never ends. It never ends. Home and school are intertwined. And I'm asking the question, what does this actually mean? Whether or not we want to believe it, home and school are more intertwined than we know. And that's why it is very, very crucial that the home and the school form partnerships and work together. When a child understands that mommy and daddy and my teachers are speaking and they are in collaboration, they're on the same page, they will be more inclined to take their education seriously. They will be happy little campers, knowing that all the adults in their lives have an interest in their well-being. They will be more inclined to conduct themselves appropriately, and they will be more inclined to follow the rules in the classroom. They will also be more inclined to be transparent with both parents and teachers. So in essence, schools and homes are intertwined because both entities serve one common denominator. And that common denominator is the children. Additionally, they are closely connected in a way that cannot be easily separated. Now, as I mentioned before, when children are aware of the collaboration between parents and school, they are more inclined to act appropriately, to do their homework. They are more inclined to follow the rules and regulations because they know that there is a sense of parents and teachers working together. On the other hand, if there isn't collaboration between the school and the home, children will be led to believe that they can play both sides of the fence. So I can go and tell mommy something, and mommy is going to believe without following up with my teacher, and vice versa. When there aren't any checks and balances, there will be no accountability, and the child will feel like mommy and daddy, they aren't in contact with me, so I can do whatever I feel like doing. Students thrive when their parents become part of their classroom. When this happens, children will hear the same message. They will hear the same message from teachers and parents and will understand that they're expected to uphold the same standards at home and at school. Why is it important for school and home to work together? According to Mark Rosenthal, children learn best, as I mentioned before, when the significant adults in their lives, parents, teachers, other family and community members, and other stakeholders work together to encourage and to support them. We are now going to be watching a video, and I want you folks to say at the end or jot down one or two things that actually stands out to you in this video. And then I will give my feedback on what actually stands out to me. So I will stop sharing this screen so I can share that video. Ms. Francis, can you confirm if you're seeing and hearing?
Yes, I am. Both seeing and
Okay.
hearing. Mhm.
Thank you so much. All right, folks, so let's jump into this video and then we can explore and appraise it after.
Thank you for coming to Kelly's conference. I appreciate it. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. I always want to hear how Kelly's doing in her classes. Well, I could go on and on about how glad I am to have Kelly in my class. She is just such a joy to teach. Thank you, that is so nice to hear. She comes to class prepared and ready to learn every single day. When I'm teaching, she pays attention and takes detailed notes. She's always on task and responsible. I know I can depend on Kelly. That's great. How's she getting along with her classmates? Is she social? She's always been pretty shy. So I worry that she might have trouble making friends. I have noticed she's a bit shy, but she has had no trouble making friends. Her classmates often ask her for help with classwork, and she's always willing to help them. I see her at lunch with a small group of friends, and they seem to be laughing and getting along. It looks to me like she's doing well socially. And what about her grades? Is she doing well in her tests and quizzes? She does an outstanding job on her schoolwork. I can tell she is working hard and studying. She often gets perfect scores on her quizzes and tests. She's a very smart girl. Her current grade in this class is 99%. Wow, good for her. Yes, I've been very impressed with her. Well, I appreciate all of the positive feedback. I can't wait to go home and tell Kelly how proud I am of all her hard work. Yes, she deserves it. And whatever you're doing as a parent, keep it up. You're doing a great job. It's so nice of you to say. I try to help Kelly whenever I can, but really, she has always been driven to succeed. I give her all the credit. Thanks again for stopping by. Thank you for teaching Kelly and her classmates. I know she really enjoys your class. Have a great evening. Thanks, you too. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. I really wanted to speak with you about Owen's behavior in class and his grades.
Thank you for reaching out to schedule this meeting. I've been needing to contact you as well. I was definitely not pleased when I saw Owen's last report card.
Yes, I think he's capable of doing so much better in the class.
I agree. Does he pay attention when he is in class?
Well, actually, this is one of the biggest reasons I wanted to speak with you. Owen's classroom behavior has really been a problem. He doesn't pay attention when I'm teaching, and he often tries to distract his classmates. I try to separate him from his friends, but then he just yells across the room at them. I ask him to stop yelling, and this usually gets him to calm down for a few minutes. He becomes a little more focused and less talkative.
That's good, I guess, but I wish you would just behave in the first place.
Yes, I agree. I was thinking he might respond well to a reward, like 15 extra minutes of recess on Fridays for the entire class for good behavior. I think he might be motivated by this. What do you think?
I think that's a great idea. He loves recess.
Perfect. But we need another plan to help his grades.
Yes, he needs to pass this class if he wants to play on the basketball team.
Well, that should help motivate him. Also, I offer extra help to students who fall behind in the morning before school. I think Owen would really benefit if he came in for help.
That would be amazing. Thank you so much. I think that would really help him.
Can you get him to school early on Mondays and Thursdays at 8:15?
That's not a problem at all. I'll just drop him off on my way to work.
Perfect. I think he can really improve if he just puts in a little more effort and focuses more in class.
Agreed. I'll talk to him about the new plan tonight. He might not be excited about getting to school early, but if he wants to be able to play basketball,
It's my pleasure. I want him to succeed and I know he can do better.
me too. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in to chat today.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Hi, this is Mrs. Brown, Lindsay's mom. Is this a good time to chat?
Sure. How can I help you?
Well, Lindsay appears to be very sad at home lately. She has no interest in school anymore, and I feel like she isn't making any progress in her classes. This isn't normal for her. She is usually a happy kid who has always enjoyed school, but not anymore.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I was wondering if you have noticed any behavior changes in school, or any sudden changes in her schoolwork.
Yes. I noticed she had a tough time on her past few tests. She also seems a bit more reserved lately in class.
Yes, she is acting more reserved at home as well. She used to be more talkative and outgoing, but now she rarely talks to us, and she spends most of her time in her room. She won't say much, but she hints that she is getting bullied by a classmate. She mentioned that a girl named Kimberly has been making fun of her. Do you ever see Kimberly talking to her in class?
She does sit near Kimberly in class. I haven't noticed them talking at all.
Apparently, Kimberly has been calling Lindsay names and making mean comments about the way Lindsay looks.
I am so sorry to hear this.
Lindsay has been miserable lately, and I think it's because of this bullying. I was wondering if there was any way you could help me make things better for Lindsay.
Of course. I'll talk to Kimberly and see if I can get her to stop this rude behavior. It's completely unacceptable.
Thank you. And can you tell me if Lindsay has other friends to talk to in class?
She does. She hangs out with a nice girl named Michelle.
Would you change her seat so she sits next to Michelle?
Sure. I think that would be helpful.
Is there anything else you think would help?
I can talk to Lindsay if you'd like. I can let her know that this is wrong, and I'm here to help her.
I think Lindsay would appreciate that. Thank you. I'm still confused about how to help, but I think I feel better now. Please keep me posted if you notice anything else going on with Lindsay in class.
Of course. I will let you know if I see anything out of the ordinary. And keep me informed as well. If there is more that I can do, I'll be glad to help.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sure Lindsay will appreciate all of the support too.
I'm about to start resharing my PowerPoints. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, so now that we're back, my perspective on the video, or some of the things that really stood out to me, is what we have been emphasizing before: the importance of collaboration. So we were able to see 3 different scenarios dealing with 3 different situations. And the interaction between all the parents and all the teachers demonstrated a spirit of collaboration. What I also saw is that they were respectful and very courteous to each other. There was no evidence of blaming. In most instances, if as a parent we are told that our child is being bullied, we immediately either want to attack the child who is the bully, or we want to attack the parent or even the teacher. But the approach that was taken here is to see how best they can move forward and what can be done to address the situation. So the focus was on the problem, addressing the problem and finding solutions instead of casting blames. I also see where they were very calm and even tempered in the conversations. Now, I know that this is a reenactment, and of course, there are times when we're in meetings and the tempers are flaring and we just want to get our points across. And of course, you will have folks who may come across as a little bit abrasive. However, what we see here is that they tried their endeavor best to maintain their composure. And I think that is something that we all should try to take away from these scenarios. What I also saw was the highlight of the conversation, and the focus was on the children. So the focus was on the children, what is best for them in their situation, and how they can collectively work together to help to address whatever situation was being encountered. The parents and the teachers were on the same page. For example, with the scenario having to do with Owen, the plan that they came up with, the interventions were extremely collaborative. So the teacher suggested, okay, I think that we can give him 15 minutes extra to reward him if he does A, B, or C. And the father was like, okay, I'm in agreement. We could also do this. So there were suggestions coming from both ends. So it did not appear as though one person was superior to the other or was demanding or telling the other person what needed to be done. It was a collaborative effort. Also, the teachers approached the situations from a solution-focused standpoint. We do have the tendency as human beings to focus on the problems when there's an issue, especially when it involves a child. The focus is always on the problem. But what we're seeing is if we exert the same energy that we exert on the problem, on finding a solution, it would serve the situation and the children much, much better. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that we should not address problems. We should address issues. We should address problems. However, instead of sitting on that problem for an ongoing period of time, we should exert energy on finding the solution. Another thing that stood out is that they were working together. And as I mentioned before, they developed the plans together. There were also acknowledgement of each other's expertise and contribution. So the mother in the first scenario, she acknowledged the hard work that the teacher is doing. And that is something that teachers at times do not hear enough. So the mother acknowledged the teacher's hard work and the contribution that she's making towards the development of her child, and vice versa. The teacher also acknowledged the hard work the mother must have been doing for the student to be so focused in class. Additionally, they learned more about the child from each other. So in the first scenario, what we saw was Kelly's parents asking the teacher, like, how does she socialize? How is she performing, right? And then in the final scenario, we see where the mother was informing the teacher of what her observations were, trying to get what his observations were of her in school. So it's getting an idea of how the child is behaving in each setting, and then trying to figure out what the issue is, and then coming together to formulate a plan of action to move forward. Now, what is the value of homeschool collaboration? So the homeschool collaboration is valuable to all stakeholders. It is valuable to the children, to the parents, to the school, to the teachers, and also to the community. Developing effective partnerships across homes and schools, right? It first requires an understanding and a belief that parents and teachers are doing their best. Okay, so let's see how this impacts the children. Firstly, we will see more positive attitudes towards school from the children. If a child knows that my parents and my school are on the same page, and you're going to hear me use that phrase, on the same page, a lot throughout this presentation. If they know that everyone is thinking the same and has their best interest of heart, then they're definitely going to exhibit a more positive attitude towards school. Another value is improved behavior. Once again, if children know that their parents are in contact with the school and they are monitoring their behavior, and that the teacher will be telling them or will be reporting on their behavior, then more than likely that will incline them, that will influence their behavior to improve. Increased homework completion, that is definitely a given. Once again, whenever there is a communication, whenever there's a line of communication or there's collaboration established where there are going to be checks and balances, you're going to see positive outcomes, like children completing their homework, because of course they know if that is not done, then the report is going to be given to their parents. Greater participation in school activities, improved school attendance, and of course, all the aforementioned factors will culminate in higher academic achievement. Now, as I mentioned before, there's also value for parents when it comes on to the homeschool collaboration. One of those values is enhanced parental confidence. So for this point, what I would love to say is when parents feel valued and when parents feel included, they are more inclined to participate and they're more confident in their interaction. But when they are made to feel as though the teachers are the experts of their children's lives and what they say is not valuable, or the contribution that they make is not valuable, then more than likely it is going to impact their confidence. And if their confidence is impacted, then one of the things that we may see happening is that they may be opposed to interacting with the teacher or to participating in school activities. We will see more positive experiences with teachers and with the school, and that is basically self-explanatory. Improved communication with their children. Now, of course, when they are aware of what is taking place at school and they're in communication with the teacher and they feel as though they're heard and they're understood, and the teacher may actually guide them or interact with them or have conversations that provides information on how they can move forward with communicating and interacting with children around certain issues, then this will play out in how they interact with or how they communicate with their children. Increased confidence in their role of supporting homework completion. And that can also be a segue from the item that we discussed before with the improved communication with children. As it relates to value for teachers, increased job satisfaction. Now, as someone who has been in the classroom, I can tell you that there are often days when teachers feel as though they are on a sinking ship. They feel as though they are in the midst of the ocean without a life jacket, and they're just drowning, because they feel that there is no one there to support them. They feel as though it is the home against the school and parents are not playing their roles and they are not as involved in their children's lives and school lives as they should be. But if that was to change, right? If that were to change, and if parents become involved and they are actively playing their roles and they are checking in with their children and they're participating in school activities, they're attending meetings, they're chaperoning children, they're volunteering, then of course, that feeling of not wanting to go to your job or that decreased job satisfaction will definitely change. Increased communication and positive relationships with families. Sometimes all it takes is a conversation. All it takes is a conversation. Sometimes we misjudge folks, and of course, teachers are sometimes seen in that role of authority, and parents sometimes do feel timid to approach. So if folks understand and open that line of communication, it can build really, really positive relationships. And then the third one is increased confidence in management of behavioral and learning challenges. And this is a vital one. If we should go back to the third scenario, the second scenario that we just looked at, where the child was basically misbehaving in class, we saw where the parents and the teacher came up with a plan. It was collaborative, right? It was a collective plan. So it wasn't the teacher who decided that, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that to the child. This is the disciplinary measures that I'm going to take. No, it was a collaborative effort. And when situations like those happen and folks collaborate about the implementation of disciplinary measures, when a child is disciplined, there will be absolutely, or I'm not going to say absolutely no, it reduces the possibility of backlash. So teachers will now feel more comfortable if they sit down with the parents to address the issues, the disciplinary issues, and then come up with a plan as to how they're going to move forward and the disciplinary measures that are going to be implemented in the classroom. And with doing so, by doing so, it will definitely increase the confidence in managing the behavioral and the learning challenges. How to develop positive homeschool partnerships. So we are talking about doing all of these things, but how do we develop this partnership? Because that is the main objective. getting the school and the home on the same page, getting parents involved, getting parents to feel as though they are partners and they are valid stakeholders and they have a responsibility to partner with the school so that their children can maximize their education opportunities. So what I did mention before is that when effective partnerships are developed, in order for effective partnerships to be developed, parents and teachers need to understand that each other is doing his or her best within the constraints of policy, within the constraints of time, life demands, knowledge, experiences, and personal or work-based resources. In developing positive partnerships, families and educators work together as active partners who share equal responsibility for the learning successes of all students. So, how do we develop this? The first thing is to be understanding. As I just said, be understanding of each other's situation. Adopt an inclusive approach. Work together as active and equal partners who share responsibility for each other. Who shares responsibility for learning. Trust each other. Trust is a major, major component in any relationship. Trust is an important, very, very important and invaluable element if we're going to have and develop positive relationships between school and home. However, few opportunities to communicate negative past experiences and the idea that communication must be initiated at a certain time can lead to that breakdown in trust. So when trust is limited, there may be tendency to blame. So there's tendency to blame the teacher, to blame the home, and all of that will negatively impact the attempts at collaboration. The next thing is to be honest. Be honest. Open and honest communication is essential for trust and is the cornerstone of very strong and effective partnerships between homes and schools. When parents and educators are honest about their concerns, their skills, and their need for support, expectations are clear, and families and educators can work together in developing relevant and achievable goals. Create a collaborative environment. So we have, as educators, have to ensure that an environment is created where parents can come in. We have to provide that platform. We have to initiate those events where parents can come in and feel free and comfortable to collaborate. And the next thing I cannot emphasize enough, communicate, communicate, communicate. Communication is the main cornerstone of a successful collaboration between the home and the school. The other thing is, and this is a very key factor, avoid blame and seek solutions. When teachers, as I mentioned, when teachers and families work together in partnership to seek solutions, there are benefits for all involved. Benefits for all involved. So let's look at how our parents can become more involved. Parents can become more involved in schoolwork in many ways. Discussions after school, if teachers are available, of course. Helping with homework assignments, that's a given. Engaging in extracurricular activities, keeping abreast of your child's academic progress, imparting good parental values, participating in parent-teachers meetings, attending school activities, and volunteering in the classroom. Sometimes parents should also be making some unannounced visits to the schools just to check in on their children, and unannounced to the child, not unannounced to the teacher or to the school, but sometimes they can make unannounced visits just to check in on their children. And how can the school improve parent engagement? The first thing is to pick a tool of communication that works. And in brackets, I have give parents the option to choose. And what I want to say is that we have, as educators, we have to give parents the option of how we communicate with them. We have to take certain things into consideration. Not all our parents are functionally literate. So if we have autocratically decided that the method of communication is going to be via an email blast or via text messages, or we're going to put the note in the child's book. If a parent is unable to read that information, then that message will not be received. At the beginning of the presentation, I spoke about communication and the method of communication and how we receive it and how it is sent and all of that. So my suggestion would be for us to give parents options. At the beginning of the school year, you could always ask how best or what best works for you. What method of communication works best for you? Do you prefer if we call? Do you prefer if we text? Do you have access to emails? Give them the option of choice. Now, if you adhere to the option that they choose and then there isn't a response, then that is definitely on them. The second thing is to issue shorter, more frequent communication, which basically means I know in the past, and I'm thinking that this also may be something that is happening at the beginning of the school year, there would be these lengthy communications that are sent out. Of course, that is all well and good, but when it is closer to the events or when it is closer to something happening, it would be ideal or it is recommended that a reminder is sent out. And not everyone is going to sit, unfortunately, and read a 2 or 3 page correspondence. So if we try to communicate in shorter and more frequent mediums, then that may help to improve the parental engagement. Personalize the method of communication. Just like children, parents need to be felt or need to be seen. So they need to feel as though they're being heard and they need to feel as though they're being seen. So instead of sending out a generalized email or a generalized message, it would serve better at times if we personalize it so they know that, okay, this is definitely addressed to me and this message is being sent to me. Normally, sometimes when the generalized blasts are sent out or, folks will just say, okay, that importance that needs to be attached to it is taken away. So let us try to personalize the communication, set the tone, lead by example. And that, I think, is self-explanatory. Build relationships. We have talked about that before. Okay, so get to know the parents. Have days when parents come in. Sometimes I know it may be challenging at times, but there are times that we also as educators have to meet the parents where they are. That's another story. But build relationships. Involve parents in event planning and chaperoning. What I find is that when folks understand or when folks know that they have made a valuable input or they have contributed to an event, to the planning of an event or to a project, they take more pride in the outcome. They work harder at ensuring that a favorable outcome is attained. So involving parents in event planning, etc., that is also another way for improving parents' engagement. Message to our educators. So it is important to not respond with the same energy. And when I say the same energy, I'm talking about the negative energy that sometimes, unfortunately, are brought to us at the school. So there are times that parents may come in very disgruntled. We're not going to match that energy. We're not trying to go one up on anyone. We're going to maintain our composure, as difficult as it is, right? So we're not going to be matching any negative energy, only positive energies. Being defensive doesn't help anyone. All right, so it is always important, as I said, to maintain your composure and to listen. Listen. Check yourself, which means be mindful of how you're feeling in the moment and your body's reaction to the conversation, to the event, to the meeting. Personally, for me, when I am getting upset or angry, I can feel my body sends me that message. So my neck may start to get like tight, or my body starts getting warm. So my body sends me the messages, and then it's for me to now respond responsibly to the messages by grounding myself. So be mindful of how you're feeling in that moment. If you need to walk away from the situation at times when you are being attacked, because it does happen, verbally attacked, it's okay to excuse yourself from the situation. Be objective, and I'm going to segue that into listen to understand and not to respond. There are times as when we're having arguments or when there are disagreements, or when someone is saying something that we think doesn't have any value, we just listen to rebut what they're saying. So listen to understand and not just to respond. Always be diplomatic. Utilize training and resources. Training and learning is an ongoing thing. And it is very, very important that we don't remain static and that we always try to search out or try to research or try to be linked to resources that can help us to deal with the situation as educators. Always be, okay, I did say that already. Build a partnership. It's not us against them or me against you. Always ask yourself, who is the most valuable consumer? And the message to the parents, become involved. Too many times as parents, we take a seat at the back and we're at the back burner. Too many times that happens. We have to understand that we need to be involved in our children's lives. We need to know what's going on with them. We need to understand that it's a partnership. It's a collaborative effort, and that the teachers alone cannot do it. So know what your child is doing. Get to know your child's teacher. Be careful of the message you're sending to your child. Messages aren't just verbal. I mentioned before that there are instances when we may say things as parents, not knowing that our children are listening. There are instances when we may react to a situation, not noticing that our children are observing those reactions. And then when they replicate it a couple of days later, we wonder what happened. So we have to be very, very careful. We cannot be speaking badly about teachers in the presence of the children and then expect the children to go to school and be courteous and respectful to the teachers. If there are issues that needs to be addressed, it needs to be addressed as adults, and the conversations need to be had with the adult teacher without the child being present at times. Understand, parents, that more gets done collectively. Seek out and utilize resources that will enhance parenting and communication skills. Let's go back to the adage that it takes a village to raise a child. The school is not your enemy. Always ask yourself, the same thing that is on the recommendation for the educators, always ask yourself, who is the most valuable consumer? And in conclusion, what I will say, our children will only succeed and reach their full potential if home and school work together towards a common goal. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak on this crucial and very important topic. I'm not hearing you. Is it me? Let me stop sharing. Give me 1 second here. Are you hearing me? I'm not hearing you.
How about now?
Good. Awesome.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you. Right. I just want to say thank you for sharing with us. I see comments such as excellent presentation, great information, well done, wonderful. I have a parent who would have said that I learned something new today. And you know, one thing that stood out is when you said that students thrive when parents are a part of the classroom, and the thought, please post come to mind, because my sister would have said she would have gone, as you said, pop up at school sometimes when they're not aware. And the fact that she was in his classroom is just that he had that expression. And please post. He's excited because mommy is in the classroom and mommy is helping teach her. A parent would have also mentioned that she volunteers at her child's school.
Good.
Yes,
Good.
so these are definitely things that we do to enhance the experience, not just for ourselves, but for the teacher and our child. So I have a few questions for you, if time allows. But yes, for the first question, where did it go? What should we do about parents who choose a method of communication and hardly adhere to it?
So it's having the conversation, because as I said before, if we provide parents with different platforms to communicate and they are opposed to it, there is so much that the educators can do and no more. I've always said that folks has the right to self-determination. So until parents understand the importance of collaborating and of being there for their children and of participating in their educational development, there is limited things that we as the educators can do. So just continue to send out the messages, whether or not they respond. And as I always say, keep a paper trail, because some folks will come back and say, no, I did not hear this, or I did not see this. So keep a paper trail.
Definitely. Thanks for that. So you have record to prove that this was done. Awesome. All right. But what about those parents who respond negatively to feedback?
That's always going to be, that is always going to be an option. Responding negatively to feedback, that's when we try to link them. Okay, let me try to say, Parents come from different backgrounds. People are going to respond differently. There are times that you are providing valuable information and you're trying to work with the parent, and what they hear is not what you are trying to communicate. So ask them, okay, what did you understand, or what is your understanding of what I just said? And getting to the roots of it. I mean, the sad thing is that as educators, we have to wear so many different hats. One of those is therapist and counselor, and not only for the children, but the parents as well. So it's trying to find out, okay, why are you not responding? What do you think we can do differently? I'm so sorry about that, Sari. So it's trying to get to the roots of the matter. And as I said, the same way that Jesus was unable to save everyone, unfortunately, although we want to, we cannot. And that is not a reflection on the teacher. Just continue to do your best.
Definitely. So, you know, as long as you're doing your best, and that is what matters. All right. So I have a comment here that says, for it to work, they should communicate openly and effectively. So these are both parents and teachers. That is coming from Shamon. And she also mentioned that when this is done, they will view the home and school as one common body.
And what I will also say to teachers too, there are times that you have to loop in your supervisors. There are times that you have to say, okay, I've done A, B, C, I've done all these. I have tried to use all these interventions to get through to this parent. It's just not working. How can we bring this parent in, maybe to have a meeting to find out what is the reason? So sometimes it's looping in these parents, and also linking parents sometimes to some workshops. Sometimes parents need to go to some workshops as well. And getting that understanding, as I said, the school is not your enemy. Teachers are not your enemies.
And I love that. And as you'd have mentioned, teacher doesn't wear just one hat. So there are several rules that are coming out right there. And I have a comment here from Renee Whittle. She said that volunteerism led her in the classroom. And this is where she assisted her child's teacher all the way through basic school. And now she's an early childhood practitioner. So that was a great collaboration for her. So something as simple as that. And then, I mean, sometimes you realize that, hey, this could actually be my passion. So, you know, it comes like that. And just to reiterate what you would have said, parents, do not talk bad about the teacher in front of your child. Because we know that children, they ultimately live what they learn. And if you don't respect the teachers, this will be demonstrated in the classroom. All right. So thank you again, Mrs. Glanville, for such a interesting, provocative workshop. The presentation was well received, and I too would have learned something new today. And
Thank you, Ms. Francis.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate you folks for having me on this platform. And teachers, continue to work hard. I know it's a thankless job. I know we have to have that motivation, that intrinsic motivation from within, because sometimes it's a challenge every day because we feel as though the world is just coming at us. But continue to do your best. You're doing an awesome, awesome job.
Indeed. And I hope our teachers are just as empowered and motivated as our parents are today. So thanks again.
And continue to do well, parents. I'm not leaving. I'm absolutely not leaving you out because it takes a village. It takes a village. So for those who are on the platform who are very involved and in tuned, thank you. Kudos to you. And my recommendation would be pull someone else in with you. Encourage another parent. I mean, each one help one, each one encourage one, and then we will have a whole community.
Indeed. All right. I also want to thank our parents and our participants for being a part of the session. And just to let them know that we're going to take a break now. But please stay with us for our last presentation of the day, as we will be looking at the topic to discipline without violence, techniques for parents. So thank you all again for being here, and we will return shortly after this break.
Bye, folks.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
And we are back. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to welcome you to our final session for this afternoon. And last but not least, they would say, we leave the best for last. Now, at this time, to close off our final session, I have with me Professor Alger Henry Lee. Now, if you were a part of yesterday morning's plenary, you would know that Professor Henry Lee she brings us great nuggets. And this presentation will be one that I've been looking forward to. We are presenting on the topic to discipline without violence, techniques for parents. Now, discipline offers a structure for children, and provides appropriate techniques for their behavior. To get the desired behavior that we want from children, parents must ensure rules are clearly established and realistic, and it is something that the child is able to follow. The disciplinary strategy used must reflect love, understanding, and respect for the parent-child relationship. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Professor Henry Lee. She is the first female university director of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Economic Studies. She is a sociologist who has researched and published extensively on social policy issues affecting small island developing states. Now, since joining the university in 1995, Professor Henry Lee has researched and published on public policy, poverty, gender, human rights, and childhood. She has conducted research for several notable agencies. She has also been involved in teaching courses in social policy, both at the graduate and undergraduate levels. One such of these courses is social investment in children. For the last 16 years, Professor Henry Lee helped organize the Regional Caribbean Child Research Conference, which facilitates equal voice to adult and child researchers. In 2015, the conference produced a policy document with recommendations for the then Prime Minister of Jamaica. Much of Professor Henry Lee's research has influenced the public policy process, and she has served on several committees and boards, including the advisory board of the CPFSA. Professor Henry Lee is the recipient of several awards. She received the Mona's Principal's Distinguished Researcher Award in 2003. In recognition of her outstanding work in 2020, Professor Henry Lee was awarded Vice Chancellor's Award for All-Round Excellence. So she comes to you with great expertise. And at this time, I will turn over to Professor Henry Lee.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your kind words. I will share my screen, and thank you very much for the invitation to present and to interact with our audience today. And you all are doing an excellent job. I listened to some of the sessions and I'm very impressed. Congratulations, excellent job. So today we are going to look at discipline without violence, techniques for parents. I want to remind us of our commitment to our children. So we would remember the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is an agreement that all members of the United Nations made in 1989. And I want to draw your attention to a particular article, Article 19.1. And it says, state parties shall take all appropriate legislative, administrative, social, and educational measures to protect the child from all forms of physical or mental violence, injury or abuse, neglect or negligent treatment, maltreatment or exploitation, including sexual abuse, while in the care of parents, note parents there, legal guardians, or any other person who has the care of the child. So we committed to ensure that we will protect our children from all forms of physical or mental violence. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to discipline without violence. And furthermore, our UN 2030 agenda, which we also agreed and we accepted, Jamaica and all the other Caribbean countries, we accepted that we would, through target 16.2 of the 2030 agenda, we would end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence against and torture of our children. So we made a commitment, so let us ensure that we keep our commitment. So today we are going to talk about discipline, we're going to talk about punishment. And UNICEF 2021 tells us that punishment is imposing external controls by force to change behavior. Note the word force is going to come up again. Now, positive discipline is an approach to discipline in which all efforts at managing behaviors contribute positively to the child's development. So we want, in whatever we do, that we are contributing to the children's development in a positive way. Now, what is violence? You will see a common word coming up again when I said punishment and I said violence. So violence, as the Oxford Dictionary says, is behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Do we want to hurt? Do we want to damage? Do we want to kill our children? I would not think so. Now, when we think about the types of punishment that involve violence, I put an X there to remind us that this is not what we want at all. Corporal punishment means that we are inflicting pain or discomfort intentionally or using physical force. Again, that word is coming up to stop or change behavior. Example of corporal punishment include the flogging that we do, the beating, the hitting, the spanking, the kicking, the caning, the pinching, squeezing hands or other body parts, and conking, using our knuckles to hit on the head. Corporal punishment also includes forcing children to kneel for extended periods, stand or kneel in the sun, and deprivation of basic needs such as meals and access to the bathroom. So we say, sit there, and I say, oh, I want to go to the bathroom. And say, no, you sit right there. You're not going anywhere because you misbehave. That is not right. Punishment, and remember, we don't want the word punishment, we want positive discipline. There's also punishment that is not physical, but it's just as hurtful. So when we use violent psychological punishment, we are using guilt, humiliation, the withdrawal of love, or emotional manipulation to control children. It includes labeling them, name calling, idiot, you're good for nothing, you dance like a bat, all of that, not good. This is just as harmful as caning, pinching, hitting, slapping, cursing them, indifference to them. They talk to us and we don't want to answer them. That is just as painful and just as negatively impactful. And constant reminder of past misbehaviors or indiscretion. So while you're correcting one, or you're trying to talk about one behavior, you're going to bring back what happened 5 years ago, what happened 6 years ago, and say you always do the same thing. Remember when you were 2, you did it. When you were 5, you did it. When you were 7. Constant reminders are part of what we call violent psychological punishment. And UNICEF says we should not do it. And this violence that we talk about is part of what the researchers and what children advocate call adverse child experiences. So an adverse childhood experience is something that impacts negatively on children. So when you have an adverse childhood experience, which is being violently treated or punished, this has lifelong health impacts, okay, and on your well-being. It impairs the brain and the nervous system development. Adverse child experience leads to severe injuries. It may result in death. It results in negative coping and health risk behaviors. We have seen teenagers who, because they have been exposed to violence, they end up being drug addicts, they have risky sexual behaviors. It leads to unintended pregnancies. There has been a correlation found between that. It contributes to a wide range of non-communicable diseases later in life and impacts the opportunities that our children will have and the future generations. And we all know, ladies and gentlemen, that we want productive young men and women with positive outlook, with decency, with stability, who are stable emotionally and physically. Okay, so what we are saying is that we simply have to obey. It's all there in the rules that the Child Care and Protection Act tells us that corporal punishment is not good. They ban it in residential child care services, that early childhood access, we shouldn't punish in early childhood institutions. And the Ministry of Education has made a directive that it bans all corporal punishment in school. So why do we have to punish? Why do we have to discipline? What causes misbehavior? Well, the child has a legitimate need. That child is behaving badly. The child has a legitimate need. Maybe the child is hungry, maybe the child lacks stimulation, the child lacks attention, the child wants you to pay a little more attention to him or her. The child may lack information or is too young to understand the rules. So some of us speak in a very highfalutin language. If I were to go and speak to a 2-year-old and say, it is imperative that you behave that way, I doubt the child would understand what I'm saying. So again, we have to watch the language that we use and use language that is appropriate, age appropriate, and gender appropriate too. So the child is upset and the child is sad, frightened, frustrated, is suffering from unhealed trauma. And that's something that we have to look out for. Our children may be silent sufferers of mental illness and trauma. Now, this is a conversation. I know that you can't speak back to me, but I would like you to put in the chat, and I'm hoping that Ms. Francis can help me. Are there any other reasons or causes of misbehavior? I'm giving you a few moments to answer. Is there anything else that causes a child to misbehave, which means that the child doesn't follow a rule that we have set out? Do we have any answers, Ms. Francis?
It would take a few seconds for the answers to come in. There's a time lag.
Okay, all right. So just think about it. Why would a child misbehave? Is there any other reason why a child would want to misbehave? And when I say misbehave, I'm talking about not following that rule or that guidance or that guideline that we have set forward. And so we have to discipline. Why would a child misbehave? Anybody? Okay.
I have outside influences.
Outside influences, very good. So peer pressure.
Right.
Yes.
I have family issues.
Family issues. Excellent.
I get treatment at home.
Treatment at home. Yes. Excellent. So it means that we have to get to the root of the problem, and we don't just keep the superficial. We just don't look at the superficial behavior and say you are miserable. We have a very bad word in Jamaica that we use, uncontrollable. You know, that word should really be taken off the books, taken off all policy and program. They shouldn't have anything about uncontrollable children, because there's always a root cause for that behavior, which does not conform to the norms and practices that we have put forward. So let us be a little more investigative. Let us be a little more supportive. Let us be a little more loving. We used the word love a lot yesterday. Let us be a little more loving to our children to find out why it is that they appear to be uncontrollable. Let's get rid of that word, okay? So positive discipline, and I put a tick there because that is what we want to happen, and that's what all of us, including myself, we want to be able to implement positive discipline. So what is positive discipline? It's an approach to discipline, UNICEF tells us, in which all efforts at managing behaviors contribute positively to the child's development. And I know that we have this up the first 1,000 days, and we want to be able to contribute positively to a child's behavior. And if we are using violence, we are not contributing positively to any child's behavior. So that is what we need to start to implement. Positive discipline. Positive discipline uses misbehavior as an opportunity to teach something. It involves adults setting positive examples in their action and eliminating, notice the onus is now on us as adults, eliminating negative communication, such as shrugs or commands. I command you to do this, sit down, stand up. And even the tone, even the tone at which we use for our children can get a negative impact or negative reaction. So watch your tone, watch your body language, what the eyes rolling, the raising the eyebrows, and being quick to just slap across the face. No, replace it with positive and engaging communication, such as How would you do it differently? So if a child is doing something, I said, but I want to do it this way. I said, do you realize that if you do it this way, this is the result of it? It's not going to be good for you. How do you think you should do it to make sure that this good response and this result that we want takes place? Conversation, exchange, okay? What can we do instead of hitting, the pinching, the knocking, and the psychological violence that I spoke of earlier? Time out, simple. You're behaving badly, there's a timeout. Okay, so we take you away from the situation and we say time out. Loss of privilege. So you like this favorite video game, and I'm sorry, and you have not behaved as I would like you to behave, and how would be beneficial to your own development. Therefore, you're going to lose that privilege. Sometimes children just call attention. If it's a very mild behavior, you don't take it on, you just ignore it, you say, well, I can't, I'm not going to give you the intention that you are looking for, and say, miss, or a child is saying, mommy, I just want to say mommy. You're just going to say, okay, honey, and you move on. You're not going to say, why are you calling me all this time? I need to do my work. I don't understand. You teach new skills, conflict, especially if it's between siblings. You have to teach them how to manage conflict, how to listen to each other, how to negotiate time with the television, how to negotiate time with the computer. Your time is 5 to 6. Our time will be 6 to 7. You are going to share this. If there's a favorite show, well, you have to sit together and watch. Learning to share from a very early age helps them as adults to be able to share in the workplace, and be able to share space, to be able to share tasks. So we really want to teach them to manage conflict. Logical consequences. Well, you cannot have a snack if you refuse to eat your lunch. I have prepared a very nutritious lunch for you. I have made sure that it is a very healthy lunch. I know that you want this chocolate in the afternoon, but you cannot have the chocolate if you don't have lunch. That's simple, okay? What we call natural consequences. You say that I tell you to put on your coat when we're going out tonight because it's chilly, and you say no. Say, okay, let's go. And when you go, you feel cold. You say, well, remember I told you that if you don't want to feel cold, you need to have your sweater. Rewards. We need to reward good behavior. We don't, as we said yesterday, want it to be that the child only behaves well because we are given rewards, but we also need to give people incentive. All of us, even adults, like motivation. We like to be recognized, and therefore children are mini adults, as we said yesterday, and so they too want to have rewards for good behavior. And just praise. You don't have to give you may not give a physical reward, but you can also praise. Oh, you did a wonderful job today. You were excellent today. I mean, I'm so proud of you. What a good boy, what a good girl. I couldn't imagine such a wonderful behavior. You made my day. You had a very good day today because you were so good. I'm so proud of you. So praise, qualitative time. It doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be gifts. We don't want to get them into a consumeristic mode of behavior. We want them to also know that things don't need to be attached to money. Praise is very good. Okay. Remove the child from the situation. So the two of them are fighting, boy and girl, and you don't know what to do. Well, separate them. Put one in left and one right. Explicit modeling. Show what you mean. So every time you go to the bedroom, the bed is not properly made. Well, show the child, because if you say, I don't understand, every time you make this bed, it's just completely wrong. Why can't you behave yourself? I want you to behave. I want you to do your bed properly. Simply show them. Say, this is how I want it. Then they understand. Set schedules. You cannot say, go to bed. Today you say, oh, go to bed early, and tomorrow you say, it's all right. Okay, it's a weekend, you may stay a little later, but generally in the week, I want you to be in your bed by 8:30. Be consistent, communicate with them, sit with them and say, why do you think I want you to go to bed 8 o'clock or 8:30 every day? There must be a reason. Let's think about it. And they say, well, Mom, I'll feel more rested when I get up in the morning. I will feel better, and you even talk about the brain. We spoke a lot about brain yesterday. Yes, the brain is rested. The brain rejuvenates when you're sleeping. Communicate effectively and listen. Communication is not I talk to you, but you and I have a conversation. So you have to listen. to what the child is saying. And trust me, they are very eloquent. Talk about the Caribbean Child Research Conference. If any of you have not been, you need to just come, and you as an adult will be amazed to see how well children can communicate what is affecting them and put forward policy recommendations for themselves. So now, of course, this is a workshop, I'm told. So there is a case and I would like you to respond to it and we can discuss what you do. So mother is in the supermarket with a 2-year-old who wants to get some expensive chocolates. When the request is denied, the child throws a tantrum, rolling on the ground, screaming and shouting. Mom is embarrassed. What does mom do? Remember, we spoke about positive discipline, okay? We spoke about psychological violence, that we don't want that. We spoke about corporal punishment. There was a big X. So what do we do? Ms. Francis will help me again. What do we do at the point where a child is embarrassing us in the supermarket, demanding and throwing a tantrum? What can we do? Do we take our hand and slap the child from left to right? Do we kick the child as part of the corporal punishment? Do we pinch the child? Do we pull the hair? Do we do a conk in the head? Do we say, what is wrong with you, brat? You miserable, awful person. Please give me suggestions as to what we can do, given the alternatives that I've provided. And if you have others, there are lots of others, it's just some of them. If you have any other examples of positive discipline, please provide them. It's a workshop, and I'm not speaking to the computer.
No, you're not. So currently, I'm actually still getting feedback from your first questions.
Okay,
so,
good.
Still getting feedback from the first question. So just giving it a little while to come up.
Yeah, well, you can give me the first question while they prepare the case one. Yeah, 3 cases today. So let's see while people think about what do we do? We are doing this together. There's no perfect answer. There's nothing to be ashamed about, you know? So let us see, what do we do when we have a child who throws a tantrum in a public space? People are looking at us, and you know how people are this. When I used to be very judgmental before I had kids, when I saw people's children behaving badly, I would say, but these people, they can't control their children. What a set of parents. I don't understand how they allow their child to be so indisciplined. Of course, when I got my own, I realized this, I was judgmental. You can't be judgmental at all. But it's very easy when you don't have children to be very judgmental about parenting, and to call parents and say to parents that they are very indisciplined and they can't control, because, you know, we use that word a lot. You must control your children. Why can't you control the children? Why can't you control your class? Even in school, we say that. Why is your child class so noisy? Control. So we have this thing in our head, philosophy, that we have to control children, you know, but what we want is children who are able to adapt, creative, innovative children who can ask questions. And if teachers are online, I want them to remember that we have to allow children to ask questions. Children complain to us, so, the child advocates, those of us who promote children's rights, that the teachers are not allowing them to ask questions. The teachers prevent them or think they talk too much. You have to allow them to be inquisitive, to ask questions. So Ms. Francis, tell me the answers to the first question while the other persons prepare the answers for case one.
All right. I do have one answer for this case, but just to go back to the first question, Jody and Ragbar would have said not able to communicate needs. Latoya Reeves says neglect from home or the primary caregiver. Delia Thomas made mention of broken home or family separation being an issue. Carolyn Jackson says there are many reasons: abuse at home or elsewhere, negative words thrown at them. Also, Julian Porter says domestic issues. So most of these goes back to the home.
Home, yes. So you see what we mean by caring and ensuring. Yesterday we got a very good word from Mrs. Stewart from Child Protection and Family Services Agency. She said we must have gems with our children, genuine encounter moments. And I really want to congratulate and commend her for giving me that word. I shall be abusing it in a good way. But certainly, yes, the home front is very, very important. And And we need to treat children with care, listen to them, be a hug, just a hug, sometimes makes a world of difference. They're very quiet, come home quiet from school. How was your day? They say, oh, fine. Just sometimes a hug makes a big difference. So the qualitative investment, we talk about investment in children, and a lot of times we speak about the financial investment and the monetary investment, but the qualitative investment is important. And the qualitative investment means that we listen, we hug, we smile, with them, and we spend time with them. Spending quality time with them is so important. So don't feel that you don't have a lot of money, so I can't take you to the movies, I can't take you to dinner, I can't take you to Disney World. That's not important. When children speak about the best moments, it's not about the money. It's about daddy playing football with me, mommy reading to me. That's the precious moments. These are the gems that they tell us about. And therefore, don't feel that because you don't have much money that you cannot spend quality time with your children. Investment with time is so important, and your attention, So, yeah, do we have any other feedback, Ms. Francis?
All right, so feedback to your case. Devon Thomas wrote, try to get the child to calm down, then explain to the child why you are unable to purchase at this time and try to find a compromise for that item.
Yeah, so compromise for the item, but if you don't have the money, as I just said, what do you do? Not bad. Yes, explanation, always explain why what you're doing is wrong. But remember, you're on the public stage in the supermarket, and trust me, when we are in the public stage, the last thing we want is people looking around and say, you can't control your child. Why don't you behave here? Why can't your child behave better? All right, so not bad. Any other feedback?
Yes. And just to say, sometimes they may not verbalize it, but you get those critical stares and those looks that, hey, you don't have it under control. So for Jayla, she says that mom can redirect the child's attention to another activity.
Very good. Excellent. Yes. Direct the child to something else. Hey, look at over there. Oh, look at this trolley. Look at this, look at how this bag is looking, on this lovely shopping bag, this trolley. Come and count the trolleys for me. Remember you learned to count yesterday? I put 2-year-old because remember we are doing ECC is hosting us, so we want to give examples in that age group. So you can say, remember yesterday you learned how to count? Come and count for me. And if you have the money, you can say, I'll give you something if you can count for me. So direct, that is a good one. Any other?
Yes. Debbie on Scott Wilcox says it's important to talk to the child, remind them about the behavior you would prefer. So you have that conversation, and that worked with the child. And Jody and Ragbar would have summarized both, saying that you would know your child, so therefore you are able to redirect them to something that they like.
To redirect. So redirection is very good. Redirection is very good. So we're not going to do the violence, neither the psychological or the physical, because right there and there we could say you could tell a child all kind of derogatory terms, call them all kind of, but we're not using that method. What we are going to use is positive discipline, take the child away, redirect the attention, explanation, communication, and later on when the child is much calmer, you can say, today mommy was sad because mommy was in the supermarket and mommy doesn't have a lot of money and you wanted those chocolates, and if mommy had bought the chocolates for you, mommy couldn't very well buy food, milk, sugar, rice, whatever you need. And therefore, I want you to understand that it is important sometimes. But when I say no, it's not because I don't love you, but because there are more important things right now that we have to concentrate on. Well, concentrate is a big word for the 2-year-old, but you can say mommy has, but some of them know it. Mommy has to focus on other things. The rice is important, the sugar, the milk. You can even show them. If mommy had bought the chocolates, you wouldn't have your milk, you wouldn't have your bread, you wouldn't have that favorite cheese of yours. So the conversation afterwards, the communication afterwards is very, very important. Do we have any other feedback?
Not at this time.
So now we go to another case. Just a minute. Case 2, your 8-year-old son has broken the window. You have repeatedly said not to play in that area of the yard and not to kick the ball in the direction of the house. What do you do? So again, think about the positive discipline. Think about ensuring it's a teaching moment. Think about we have a big X by kicking and beating and slapping and cussing and complaining about how, because children hear when you say, I don't have any money and look at how you boy, you're just giving me so much trouble, I can't bother with you, you know, it's time for your father to come and take you, you're so and so like your father and you idiot like your father, and you go on and on and on. And we don't even realize that the children remember and they start to internalize all of those descriptions. You know, if we call it labeling, if you continue to call me every day and call me an idiot, I will begin to think that I'm an idiot, and before long, I will be very idiotic. So we have to be very careful with the way in which we label our children. So as much as I know it's very difficult, we are human beings, and we get angry, we get upset, we want to react to something that we don't like, but cussing a child and labeling a child and some of the words are so hurtful. As I said, the psychological damage is just as impactful as the physical. Children remember what they are called. They tell you, you know, mom called me this, or daddy called me this, or grandma called me this. They remember, and that stays in their brain. So let us always use positive. And if we are angry, because we are human beings and we will get angry, we have frustrations, we go to work and we are tired, and this boy, as we reach home, we have the neighbor say, listen, you know, the boy break the window, and especially if it's a neighbor's window, Lord have mercy, that neighbor, and you're not talking already, and the neighbor come and tell you how this boy break the window. You just want to take your hand and give that boy 6 slaps. That is the immediate response. No, it's not. You see, because what we are saying, you know, when we do it, and I hope you're right in your responses, I'm just trying to fill the time. If we use a physical response to them when they do something when they are children, we know what will happen. They, as adults, will not know how to resolve conflict. They will want to resolve conflict in a physical way. So when I talk about gender-based violence, the cycle of violence, children have been taught that for you to understand what I'm saying, I have to hit you. So when they get married and their wife is not behaving in the way that they want, they cannot control the wife, and they need to show the world that they are controlling the wife. They are going to use the same physical response, the same violent response that we used to them when they were children. So I am asking all of us to remember that they will teach what we teach them. They will copy exactly how we teach them. So the avoidance of physical abuse and the psychological abuse is very important. Let us treat them with love. Let us think of positive discipline. Okay, so any answers yet?
Yes, sorry. So Mr. Thomas said that Lord knows I would need to calm down first. Then we would have to clean the area together. And then I would talk to my son about the reasons why I specifically asked him not to do this.
Very good, yes. So, and it's human to be upset. I mean, if you weren't upset, then something is wrong with you. But I would be very, very upset myself. And I would have to, that's why sometimes you have to count to 100. When you know, if 10 is not enough, you also use some of the conflict resolution techniques yourself. You come away from the situation. So when your hand is about to go up to strike, you say, Lord, spare me, and you move away from the situation and you go and calm down and deal with your own emotions before you strike. Because all of us would have that anger boiling, especially when we have said over and over. And it's not only in this case, I mean, there are other cases when children test us, you know. You say over and over, don't do something, and they just go exactly and do that thing. And our immediate reaction in the Caribbean, especially when we have been told that to spare the rod is to spoil a child, the pastor preaches from the pulpit, and we ourselves have been given some very good physical punishment when we were growing up. So it's natural for us to think that is the best way to resolve conflict. My mother gave me quite a bit of physical, I would say, abuse, really, because as soon as I couldn't hear, then she ensured that I felt it. And I don't think that was necessary. I still believe that it's not necessary. As much as I love her, I don't think that I needed to go through this. There are some, when I talk about corporal punishment, my students at the UWI, they say they are happy for it because it made them what they are today. I don't think that we need to go through corporal punishment to become sensible and productive people. We can understand, we can be communicated with, and when we look at what is happening in our Caribbean societies, the high level of violence, we know that it begins, as you yourself said, in the home where we have taught our children to be violent. How can we expect the murder rate to go down? How can we expect gender-based violence to go down? How can we expect the stabbing, the shooting, the conflict in school? When they go to school, they behave the same way. When they can't get what they want, they're going to stab the guy or the girl to get what they want, because that's how we taught them. This is how you resolve conflict. So we have to begin in our own way to use the positive forms of discipline. Communication and conflict resolution is so important. So in the Caribbean now, we have to start from an early age, from the 0 to 8 years, the foundation years, to teach them to resolve conflict. The two of you want a toy, the same toy, you're going to have to have a time share. You take it for half an hour, I take it for half an hour. It cannot be that the two of us are going to be fighting over the toy. So from very early, it's never too early to teach them that you can resolve conflict without blows. Okay? Do we have any other feedback?
Yes, so Debian would have wrote, since I would have spoken to him before about it, he would have to assist with cleaning up the mess and with replacing the window. She said that she may eventually replace the money, but then she needs for him to learn that consequence.
Oh, very good. So we can look for a consequence. So if he has a little pocket money that you give him every week, even if it's $50, you say, okay, well, since you broke the window and the window costs whatever, maybe 10,000 by the time you finish the labor, put in the labor costs, I will have to take out $20 or $10 every week because I cannot afford it. If you continue to break all the windows in the house, I will have problems. So we have to, what I talked about, the logical consequences. You will have to understand that there is a cost to what you are doing. We want them to play, don't get me wrong. We do want them to play. It's very, very important that our children play. And one of the things that we lament as children advocates of children's rights is that our children don't get to play enough. And Maureen Samson always laments about it, the importance of play to children's development. She says you cannot have children who are developing properly if you don't allow them to run up and down. There's so much to be gained by having a child run up and down. The brain, the mobility, the motor skills, the release of tension. If they are playing, they learn how they live so many soft skills, playing together, teamwork. It's just so amazing how one game, running up and down and catching a ball with another child or two other children, there are so many skills and so many benefits from that action that we really have to encourage our children to play. And unfortunately, because of COVID, we have them locked down. And then, of course, when we have the common entrance, those in that age, I feel so sorry for them. They have Saturday class, they have Sunday class, they have class after school, and there's little time to play. There is little time to play, and we have little stressed children sitting in the common entrance. It is so sad how we and it's not only in Jamaica, it's all the Caribbean countries where, because we don't have that natural progression from grade 6 to grade 7, we have a lot of children who are not playing enough. And because they are not playing enough, the mental situation, mental stability is affected. And we have we have so many mental problems. People like Dr. Shetty would tell us that COVID has increased the number of patients he has with children with mental disorders because of depression and the not going to school, not seeing their friends, locked up with abusers in the house, etc. So play is very important. So this is not to say we don't want him to play, but we have to find a place for him to play. This boy needs a place to play, especially he might be a national footballer. You know, we don't know, he might be a national footballer in the making. And so we want to give him an opportunity to play. We know that he needs to play. We have to find a place to play. So not only to say, don't play, do not play, I don't want you to play football. We have to find a place for him to play. Because if he wants to develop his skills as a footballer, we need to find a space. So while we are disciplining him, we also have to think of the next step. My son needs a place to play football. It's obvious that he loves football. Do I need to go to a park? Do I need to come up to UE in the open fields? We have open fields there. Do I need to take him there and allow him to run up and down and kick the ball? Simple. You can't just punish him. You have to think of an alternative. Okay. Do we have any other feedback?
Yes, so just one. Shauna would have mentioned that we have to get it right from the start. Children need to know that there are consequences to action.
So the consequences to action is very important. We have to, in a loving way, explain why it is wrong and this happened because you did not obey. And because you did not obey, there are consequences to your action. Maybe you have to take away the ball for 1 or 2 days just to show no more playing. But as I said, we move beyond that. We have to find a way to get, especially in this case, get the child somewhere else, a place to play and an opportunity to express himself or herself. Ms. Francis, I don't know if you have any comments on what I've said so far before I move on to the third case.
I have a question here.
Yes.
Jodian is asking, how do we rapidly change cultural perception?
Well, the cultural perception never changes rapidly. It is long-term. We cannot change culture overnight. So it begins slowly, and long after we are gone, maybe we'll see the benefits, but we have to start. If we don't start, then we'll never see change. But when it comes to culture, it's not an overnight event. And that's why it's so important to emphasize and to focus on the early years. And I commend again Early Childhood Commission for this forum and for the days that they have spent. And it's a lot of organizations. I really commend you. It's not easy to put on those public events to focus on how we can change. And we change, each of us has to change. I have to change. And as I deal with my children, I have 3 of them, they are big people now, but even now I could still change. You think about positive discipline. It starts with each and every one of us. If each of us on the call, I don't know how many people we have, but if each of us on the call decides that from today, we are going to promote children's rights, that we are going to ensure that how we discipline our children is going to be in a positive manner, that the result is going to help with the child development and not satisfy us. Because when we punish somebody violently, you know, the immediate satisfaction, I give you 5 slaps and I feel good. I have released that anger and that frustration that I have on you, but it's not. The long-term effect is just too much, and the child does not benefit. Our relationships with our children are under pressure when we use violence. We know very well that we cannot build a relationship of trust, a relationship of love and care if the child sees us, my God, I'm so afraid because I know mommy will beat me today. I cannot bring my grades home. And some of us, when we see the grades come in and we see the child has D's and C's and D's, our immediate reaction is say, go for the belt, because obviously you never study properly. No, find out what happened. What is it that is preventing the child from doing better? If the child needs help, get the help, but we cannot be beating them because they perform badly. No, that does not help them. It does not help. So we have to talk, find out, go to the teacher. That's why it is so important for all parents to go to school and speak with your teachers. the teachers of your children. You cannot stay at home and not go to PTA. You have to go to your meetings. You have to find out what is happening. You have to speak to the teacher. May the teacher see you, because otherwise, if the teacher doesn't see the child, teacher says, this child, this boy or girl, doesn't belong to anybody of importance, so it's not important to somebody. So you go, you say, good morning, Miss. I am Mrs. Lee, and my son here, Chad. This is my son, and you and the teacher build a relationship. Miss, you're okay, how are you today? And if Chad begins to behave badly, then teacher will call and say, and you say that to the teacher, call me if you need my help, tell me if there's any change, and you develop a relationship with your teacher. You cannot just stay away from the school, and then when the grades come badly, when principal call you to say that your boy has been behaving very badly, that is when you want to go there. And sometimes we go there with such rage, I can't understand this. What do people doing with my child? And we want to box the teacher down. No, that is not the way. Invest time. Time, as I say, is not about money. It's about time. The child sees you come to school to talk to the teacher, sees that you're interested. That again builds relationships. So, but back to the question of culture. Not an easy answer, but it starts slowly. It starts at the early childhood institutions. It starts with the teaching them how to share, how to resolve conflict. And we ourselves as adults, when I have a problem with Miss Francis, I do cuss her and tell her all about, all the words I can't say on online. I sit and speak with her. Because we will always have conflict. That is it. Then there's nowhere in the world that is not going to have conflict. The important thing is how we manage it. Conflict will always happen. Two people are never the same. So in every home, in every institution, at your job place, you're going to have conflict. That's fine. Conflict can actually be a positive thing because it can bring about positive change. Because say, oh, you're doing this thing that way, I am doing this way. Let's see if we can come to a compromise so that the institution becomes a better place, that our home becomes a better place. So conflict is not bad in itself. What is the problem is how we manage it. So we have to manage it and resolve it so that at the end, we have a win-win situation, as pals would say. We need to have a win-win. But though not to say we don't want to have any conflict ever, because if we don't have any conflict, then we don't come up with new ideas. Creativity is stifled, and we don't get the progress that we need. Okay, so culture. Very good question. A lot of what we do is the culture. And of course, we have to speak with our church persons, that business of saying, spare the rod and spoil the child. No, not in this 2022. We don't want that. We have ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child. We need to think of ways, alternate ways of disciplining our children. I've spoken so much. Any other comments?
Okay, so Jordan would have said truthfully, she knows that many parents do resolve to corporate punishment, and it takes a concerted effort on her part, to maintain that balance. Shawnette would have also said over time, the perception changes through avenues such as these.
Yes, it's over time. So we have to continue. I think yesterday somebody said, a parent was saying that a repeat of this, it's not just a one time. I know it's expensive, but other agencies can do it. Conversations, discussion. Nobody is perfect. I am not perfect, but we talk and we discuss. Parenting is very difficult. Before I had any children, I read so many books on parenting. I thought I was a professor of parenting, but I'm not. Even now I'm learning. So we can't be ashamed of the fact that we are all learning to parent and learning to be good parents. And we help each other, we support each other. Call the Early Childhood Commission if you have a child and that age group. If you have children who are older, find the Ministry of Education, call the Guidance Counseling Unit and seek help. Don't be embarrassed, don't be ashamed. We are all learning this thing together, but we know what is wrong. Violence never solves anything. Violence has too much of a negative impact on ourselves, on our children, for us to continue the beating, the pinching, the knocking, the conking. This is wrong, totally out, okay? So I've spoken a long time. Let's go to the third and last case, because I know I only have an hour. Sorry, I should have, yeah. So your 6-year-old says no and swears every time you ask him or her to do something. You know that no, 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 no. They mightn't swear, but they say the no, no, mommy, no, daddy, no, 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 no. What do we do? Now, one of the things I said earlier is that children are very curious. Children must be allowed to have a mind of their own. So we do want them to be able to give their ideas about certain things. Article 12 of the CRC says that they must express themselves, and in an age-appropriate manner. We must provide facilitation for that expression in an age and gender-appropriate manner. Very good. We allow them to express themselves. What I always tell children is that we have rights, but it's rights with responsibility. So yes, you are going to have your rights. I agree that you need to have your rights, but also I have rights as an adult, and the two of us have to express our rights with responsibility. So I've given you education, I'm giving you opportunity to go to school. You have to be responsible. Take the opportunity to learn, take the opportunity to go to school, do your homework, be respectful to the teacher, be respectful to all of your classmates. That is what it means to have rights and responsibilities. As a parent, I also have rights, but I have my responsibility to provide for you, to be respectful, and to give you positive discipline. There will be times when we will have conflict, but we manage the conflict. Conflict is not something we run away from. We sit down and we resolve. We try to manage it in a positive way so that the two of us, our respect and dignity remain intact, and is a win-win situation. Okay, so I want you to think about how would you handle a situation when a child says no every time, because you have those kids that say no every single time and they're not interested in doing anything, so let us think about it. And as I said, with in the classroom, I want the teachers to remember that you allow the children to ask questions. They're going to say, Miss, I have another way to solve the problem. You say, yes. I'm just speaking to teachers online. Yes, allow the child to show you the way to solve the problem. It may not be the way that CXC or Ministry of Education has shown you in their book, but allow the child say, oh, that's a very good way to do. But, for purposes of transition from grade 5 to grade 6 or whatever, let us use this way, but I commend you for having shown me this other way. That is how we don't have to say, no, you always think you know everything, I don't understand why you always have an answer for everything I give. These are the kinds of comments the kids say that the teachers say to them, and the parents too. Don't bother me with too much question. Why you always asking why? Why is it that I have to do? Why you want to know? Why you always want to know? Mommy, why you want me to do this? Explain why. Why is it that you need to go to bed at 8:30? Why is it that you need to do your homework all the time? Why is it that you have to go to school? We know the 0 to 8 years. There are times when I can still remember, even if I'm old compared to the 0 to 8 years, that there were some times when I didn't want to go to school. But you have to sit and tell the child, yes, if I were to allow you to stay home because it's my right not to go to school, it's my right not to participate in school, you have to say yes. But if I allow you to exercise that right, I am being an irresponsible parent. If I allow you to go to bed without doing your homework because you don't like the teacher, I am being an irresponsible parent. And if a child says, I don't want to go to school, you find out why. Why is it that the child doesn't want to go to school? You don't beat the child. As soon as the child says that he or she doesn't want to go to school, there may be something happening in the school. There may be, we know that bullying is very rampant. There are studies of that. CPFSC, I know, had a study recently about it. There is a high incidence of bullying. Find out why your little precious prince or princess doesn't want to go to school. That's why I say it's important to go to the school. Go and find out who is sitting next to your prince or princess. And I'm calling them prince and princesses because they are valuable to us and we have to treat them as royalty. You must start talking to them like that. How is my little prince? How is my little princess? That is how you build their self-worth, that they are important, they are valuable. My son, you said, the teacher always calls a little girl, come dearest. And when it's to us, it says, come boy. as parents, we have to be very mindful too, that how we speak to one as opposed to the other. The prince and the princess, we cannot be calling the girl princess and not calling the boy prince. So all of these things, they have to be, it's important to remember language and how we communicate with them is so important. Whenever possible, build them up. How is my handsome boy today? How is my beautiful girl today? You know, that these are the kinds of affirmations that children need to become very confident. A lot of times, what makes them not work at school is because they lack confidence. And you ask them, did you ask a question today at school? That's why it's so important to ask, how was your day? Did you ask a question today at school? Did you put up your hand at all? No, mommy, I didn't put up my hand. Why didn't you put up your hand? I was too afraid. But why were you so afraid? Well, you know, Mr. always shouting at people when they say the wrong answer. That happens. I've heard that response. You said, can still? I say, still put up your hand and answer the question, you know, because that's how you're going to be more and more confident. If you sit back and you say nothing, you are going to spend your entire school life having said nothing at school. No, standing up and speaking helps to build your confidence. And so we have to encourage our children to speak, to participate in school. And that's what parenting is about. Talking, explaining, and ensuring all the time that we have an idea of what is going on in their lives. Get to know who is your child's best friend. Get to know the home that your child is being sent to, because a lot of abuse happens because we parents have a lot of confidence in this neighbor, this grandpa, this uncle. Find out. Pay a surprise visit. If your precious princess is always going to uncle after school, and when she comes home, she's a little sad, pay a surprise visit, ask a question. Because if you look at the abuse that is taking place, it's not strangers. A lot of it is persons that they know. So the conversation is very, very important. Find out what is happening to them, and tell them that there are people out there who are very bad, people who will smile at you, who will offer you things, but they want to abuse you. This is a wrong touch. This is a wrong word because the grooming that takes place with our children is so important. Don't let anybody always be telling you how beautiful you are and patting you on your head and say, oh, you're so pretty. Tell mommy, tell daddy. Okay. So I'm saying all of this just to give you the beyond the parenting, just the discipline. All this is part of building the relationship. Because if you are doing these other things, I'm coming, Miss Francis. If you are doing these other things, then you will find that your child will tell you so much more, and that the positive discipline becomes easier, because the communication about key things, what's happening at school, what's happening to my body, what's happening to my mind, how I feel about this person, how I feel about that person, how I feel about this teacher, how I feel about this subject, that makes it so much easier when you're ready to implement the positive discipline. So the foundation of it is a good relationship with your child, and that it doesn't happen overnight, but you have to start from the early years. Early Childhood Commission says it, you have to start from the early years so that the relationship is built up. And so when you come to say this is wrong, the child respects it, because the child knows that you have their back. Children have to know that you have their back all the time. And sometimes we parents do not have our children's back. And we are the ones who send them into abusive situations. We are the ones who encourage people to be violent against them. And that's so painful when children say to us, I couldn't tell my mom that this person was abusing me because my mom would not believe me. How can you ever have a relationship like that? It's just wrong. Anyway, I've spoken a lot. But as I said, just giving you ideas about the building up of the relationship so that when the positive discipline takes place, it's easier. Okay, over to you, Ms. Francis.
Okay, so I have a few comments here.
Yes.
Devon says, honestly, this would be very difficult. So it's definitely one that he's going to struggle to respond to. Alafia says that sometimes the child is modeling what the parent says. Parent might rephrase how they talk to the child. For Renee, she said, model the right behavior and avoid swearing in front of children. Devian would have said, find out their reason for saying no. I will choose something that they like and tell them no, so I can have that conversation and find out how they feel, how they would feel rather, when I say no in a situation like that all the time. For Latoya, she said, this one I struggle with daily with my 3-year-old. Alafia says, my daughter at that age would tell me no. When I say why, she would say, you are always telling me no, so I am telling you no. All right, Latoya says, but when I ask, it's usually a valid reason, but sometimes as parents, we are very impatient. For Jodian, she said, I would ask why, and I would reason with my child that I can also say no when you need something, but because I love you, I provide your needs. Hyacinth made mention of the point that sometimes our children need attention.
Wonderful feedback.
Yes.
Wonderful feedback. So it's all about the communication. Yes, if mommy says no every time without explanation. You see, they are so smart, you know. I remember my daughter said to me, Mommy, you know, you tell lies. And I said, she was about 6 years. I said, what? I mean, I was so taken aback. Yes, Mommy, you tell lies because you told me last week that this week you'd come home very early from work and pay and spend time with me, but you have not come home early this week. And if you don't speak the truth, then you're a liar. What could I say? Yes, it's true. I did promise I would come home early, and I have not. It wasn't deliberate, but yes, you are correct that I must amend my behavior. Of course, I could have slapped her 6 times across the face while you're telling me that I'm a liar, but that's not how you do it, because they are reasoning. Especially, don't ever make promises that you cannot keep. That's one of the things I learned the hard way. Do not make promises that you don't know 100% that you will be able to keep. And if you cannot keep it, even if you think you would have been able to, you explain. So no, yes. when you say no, I can't give you this, you explain. The expensive chocolates that we spoke about earlier, I cannot afford these chocolates because if I spend that money on the chocolates, I want the chocolates too. I love chocolates, but I can't buy them for you. And if I buy them for you, I won't be able to buy that milk, and I won't be able to buy the bread that we need, the chicken that, don't you want your macaroni and cheese on Sunday? If I do that, I can't buy the macaroni and cheese. So so yes, when we say no, don't do this, don't do this explanation, so that when they come back to us, they cannot say, well, I'm just giving you what you gave. But you have to explain as the child why. The swearing, you know, some parents say, oh, you know, he's a big man now, you know. I tell you, every time he don't like something, he'd use one bad word, you see. I heard parents say that, and they seem to feel it's a prize that they have won, that their child is swearing at an early age and behaving like a big man because he's swearing. That is not good behavior. You cannot go around boasting that your child is swearing at an early age and think that he's a big man. No, it's a situation that you have to put under control. You have to put some positive discipline there, because when that child is a teenager now and decides to tell you some very unsavory words, you can't say anything, because when he was little, you were praising him in front of people about how he's a big man, he's saying big words. You have to be very careful. That's why the early childhood years are so important. What we don't want in the teenager, let us try to manage it as early as possible. The respect, the way we speak to each other. So when you are swearing, if your husband or your husband swearing at you, you can't turn around now and tell the child not to swear. If your neighbor say a bad word to you and you say 5 different swear words, when your child is saying the same word to you, what can you say? So you have to do some introspection. I presenting a situation where my child is emulating me. If my child is emulating me, it means I have to start changing my and children are so smart. Sometimes they are around listening to you and you don't know. So when you and your husband cussing or you and your neighbor cussing, just look around and see where they are, because they are very good at internalizing all of what is going on. Say, oh, that's a nice word. Mommy said that nice word. Or Daddy said this good word when that dog came over to my yard and so on. So they will repeat. So let us watch how we interact with other adults, because they are going to follow through. And we have to say it. And also, if it's something that we don't do at home, find out what's happening at school. You see why it's important to be in the school all the time? Because maybe there's a boy who is very popular and he uses the F word loosely, and your child is full of admiration how this boy is so popular. He's so, everybody's, it could be a girl too, boy or girl. It's so popular because this word is so, wonderful, and everybody's around him or her. You have to say this is not a popularity contest. Don't worry about him, even if he or she is popular because they are swearing. This is not the kind of popularity I want for you. It won't last. It's going to get you into trouble because you are going to swear to the principal, swear to somebody who you're not supposed to swear to, and you're going to get suspended and maybe expelled. So you have to start the conversation. Why is it that you're always swearing? Every time I speak to you, you have to use a bad word. Why? Is it something the TV? Watch again what is happening on TV. Because while we are not there, our children are being parented by television and by computer and by social media. They know how to get into every system. So they may be watching something that they find very fascinating, how these people are using swear words every minute. So let us watch what they are, who they're interacting with, what they are doing in their spare time, and ensure that we have some quality control. You are not being a bad parent when you say, no, you cannot watch this show. It's not age appropriate. You are being a responsible parent. So as much as they kick and fuss, and if you know that your child is going to interact with children who swear, don't send your child to that neighbor, because you are going to get the repercussions. The consequences are going to come to you sooner or later. Be able to say, I cannot send you over to little so-and-so's house because the company there, the parents, the way they behave, I don't want you to become like that. I'm sorry, I'll send you to Jane's house, which might be very boring, yes, but you know that the discipline is there. So you have to know where your children are at all times. You have to know who they interact with. You have to know the school environment, the home environment, the uncle's environment, the grandma's environment, because you don't know what is happening behind your back. So we have to be very, very careful. Any other feedback? I know the time is going. In fact, I think we've passed the time, huh? Yes. So,
I have a question here from Lorna. She's asking, do you think using reverse psychology work for young children?
I don't like if you say reverse psychology in the sense that you are going to behave like them, I don't like it. I think positive behavior is the best way. You want to show them how you want them to behave in a positive way. So if I start to swear when you tell me no, when you tell me something, or I start to say no when you ask me something, I don't like that. I would prefer you to have the conversation as to why it is that it's important to behave in a certain way. What are the benefits of both of us being able to say no to each other? Yes, we will say no to each other. I cannot say yes to everything you ask me, and you cannot say yes to everything I ask you, because maybe you might want to, you tell them put on a yellow shirt, because it happens. I tell put on that yellow shirt and say, no, mommy, I want to put on the pink shirt. If there's not going to be any detrimental problem, why not let the child wear the pink? That's fine. So some other things too that we have to look at ourselves and say, are we putting too much stress on nonsensical items? I want to comb you 2 plaits, but I don't want to comb 2 plaits today, mommy. I want to comb 1 plait. I want a big ribbon in my hair. I want to go without any ribbons. That doesn't deserve a slap and to say, listen, child, I want that ribbon in your hair. No, say, okay, you don't want the ribbon in your hair today. That's fine. You have to give them agency. Of course, we have to manage it, but we have to give them agency. They must feel comfortable to say to you, I don't want to wear that ribbon today, mommy. I don't feel comfortable wearing that pants today. That's fine, So that agency. But the reverse psychology, we have to be extremely careful, because it could backfire, and then they are not able to discern what is the right from what is the wrong. So let's say the right up front. This is what is better for both of us, and this is going to be beneficial to you in the long run. So let us move to the positivity rather than I try to battle with you. That's what we do as adults too, you say, okay, you don't want to tell me anything about what's happening. Well, I won't tell you anything about what's happening. And we have this tug of war as to whose ego is better and bigger. No, don't let's do it for our kids. Okay? All right, so Miss Francis will soon tell me that. All right, so I'm going to end with this, just telling you again that we have to remember in all we do, and this is Article 3.1, we have to remember in all we do that actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private, social welfare, institution, courts of law, I want to put parents there, administrative authorities, legislative bodies, the best interest of the child shall be a primary consideration. So when you are puzzled, when you don't know, ask yourself, what is the best interest of the child? And if you still don't know, you can ask an expert, call the Early Childhood Commission, call the Ministry of Education, talk to a doctor, talk to a psychologist, but try to find the balance. What is the best interest of the child? How will the child benefit in the best way? Always remember, love is key. Love our kids. Show them love, they'll show us love. They will grow up into be loving adults. We have to be loving to them. Teach, not punish. We are teaching positive discipline. We are not going to be banging their heads or using psychological violence. And please remember, when you call them names, you are being violent. Okay? There's no need to call your child derogatory names. Build a relationship of trust with your child. That makes it so much easier when you do the positive discipline, because they understand, they know mommy is a trustworthy person, dad is a trustworthy person. If the grandma is a trustworthy person, teacher is a trustworthy person, because you have my back. You're not going to tell me something that is not going to work for me. So build a relationship. That's when positive discipline becomes better. Be consistent, and importantly, set an example. I can't be telling you not to swear, and every minute my neighbor do anything to me, I tell them very colorful words. You have to practice what you preach. There's no two way about it. And of course, it's Children's Month. It's our child's month. So we must remember to listen up, listen to our children. Our children's voices matter. If you still want some more guidance, it's this one is particularly for teachers, but there are some disciplinary, I would say positive alternative methods for discipline in that UNICEF document. So you can look at it. It's online. Just type Strictly Positive, a resource guide on positive disciplinary practices, and you're going to find it. It's from UNICEF Jamaica. And if you still can't manage what's happening at home with your child, don't be ashamed. You can seek help. There's nothing to be ashamed about. There are experts out there to help you. People like Dr. Shetila, Maureen Samswan, there are others, there are psychologists, there are experts. People are there to help. Don't be ashamed, don't be embarrassed. A child you cannot manage, seek help. Okay? Thank you very much.
And thank you, Professor Ennerly. Jodian says that I fully appreciate this workshop. Thank you. We have other comments such as great information, well said. Thank you so much. We need these talks at PTA, very informative. And I must say, we would have learned so much. Things that they may not seem new, but it's how it is presented. And also new things too, because we're learning from each other. And I love your method. It was interactive and you allowed for time for participants to be a part of this. So we are really appreciative of you taking your time to share with us in these workshops. It has been tremendous. And we just want to thank you so much for being with us. And I hope that for our parents and practitioners, they would take this back into their homes, into their classroom, and allow our children's voices to be heard, because we have to understand the underlining of these behaviors before we can discipline. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. Anything for Child Month and anything for ECC, thanks a lot. I enjoy the engagement. We learn from each other. So awesome. Thanks a lot.
Yes, I'm happy for that. All right. And to you, our participants, we would have made it to the end of day 3. Thank you so much for being with us today. And I will close on a positive note. We ask that you complete our evaluation form by going to the website pdi.ecc.gov.jm. You scroll to the bottom of the page and your evaluation form is there. So you can let us know what it is you loved most about the session. You can also pose your questions on the evaluation form and these will be on our website. So thank you all for being a part of us today and I bid you a good evening.
Good evening to all. Bye.